you have to trek all the way to Eagle River.
Mr. Steele,
Here.
we're going to go a little out of order tonight. So, Ms. Demboski,
Present.
Mr. Flynn,
Present.
Mr. Trainee,
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson,
Honored to be here.
Mr. Evans,
Here.
Mr. Peterson,
Present.
Mr. Starr,
Here.
Mr. Croft,
Here.
Mr. Dunbar,
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to do something a little bit different with the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, and I'm going to ask somebody in the audience, also known as Karen Turner, to come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Ms. Turner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There are no minutes from previous meetings. Mayor's report, Mr. Mayor.
Nothing at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Chair's report. I am still the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, so I'm going to take a moment to report on the meeting that we had on April 26th. On April 23rd, sorry about that. Well, the OMB director, he provided the committee with the 2015 final department expenditures, and some of the highlights are 98% of labor funds were expended and 97% of non-labor funds were expended. The IT department expended only 86% of their funds due to the lapse and the pause in the SAP project. The municipal manager was overexpended due to payment of pending workers' comp claims. Public Works was underexpended because they had savings due to low snow, and travel came in under budget. The OMB director also reported that a review of the first 3 months of 2016 will be provided to us in May. The CFO reported that the audit of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also known as the CAFRA, is progressing according to schedule. The Budget Advisory Commission requested that the CFO look into the possibility of changing the municipality's fiscal year to match the school district's fiscal year. The CFO reported that he doesn't recommend a change at this time because the economic benefit to the MOA, if any, would outweigh the cost of implementing the change. The chair of the Budget Advisory Commission reported that the Commission continues its discussion on property tax exemptions. Last year, the Commission provided the Mayor and the Assembly with a report on property tax exemptions. The Budget Finance Committee has taken into consideration the recommendations from the report, and the committee has extensively reviewed the fire sprinkler exemption. And because of the Budget Advisory Commission's efforts, the committee's efforts, there's a bill in the legislature that if it's passed, it'll allow municipalities the option to provide this exemption. At the next Budget Finance Committee meeting, we're going to have discussion on nonprofit property tax exemptions with the stakeholders at the table. Our next meeting will be May 26th at noon to 1 in the Assembly Conference Room 155 in the City Hall. The SAP Review Committee met right after that meeting, and the committee received an overview of the SAP Quality Assurance Report from Lynn Ketchy, who's been involved with the project since the beginning. She reported to us that the overall project risk is now medium, which it wasn't before, and now the project is trending better, and this is really good news for our municipality. A copy of the full report was sent to Assembly members yesterday. Just so everybody knows, the Assembly SAP Review Committee has been discontinued, and it's discontinued because it is no longer necessary. We have an independent consultant who's providing weekly reports to us, and he's also providing a monthly work session. We will continue to receive monthly reports on the progress of SAP during the Budget and Finance Committee meetings. That's all I have to report. Now we'll go to committee reports, and I'll start at this end. Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't necessarily have a committee report, but is it okay to make a couple of quick announcements?
Please.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the municipal clerk to go ahead and publicly notice Mr. Starr and myself are going to be hosting a town hall meeting in Eagle River on the 3rd from 7 to 9 p.m., and that's at 1200 Business Boulevard, Suite 170. It's the Eagle River Town Center. APD is going to be there, and Mr. Evans, the chair of the Public Safety Committee, is also said he would be there. and anybody else who's interested, but it's basically a town hall about crime in Eagle River. We've been having a lot of residents and businesses reach out to us with big concerns. So APD has graciously agreed to come out and talk to our community. Also, Madam Chair, when we get to it, I will be asking to, after the public hearing, to postpone the cell tower ordinance. So hopefully the body will agree. I think a lot of us are contemplating what came out of PNZ and potential amendments. So I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Croft.
Any committee report?
No committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Homelessness Committee met on April 20th. We received a report from Nancy Burke, the administration's homeless coordinator, on what the plans were going forward. And also we discussed the metrics that were going to be used to measure the administration's progress on this issue. The goal is to be able to determine where we're making progress, where progress still needs to be made, so we're not misallocating the resources we're putting towards that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. AMAS Policy Committee meets Thursday, 1:30 p.m., Mayor's Conference Room. Nothing overly exciting on the agenda, just in terms of procedural items. You have on your agenda item 9, Delta 21, dealing with a duplicate beverage dispensary license. My intent is to pull that and place it for public hearing on May 10. Similarly, you have on your agenda item 14E1 dealing with the Fantasies on Fifth license. My intent is to, at the conclusion of the public hearing, ask that it be continued to the meeting of June 21 per request from the applicant. And that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
No committee reports, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
2 points of correction for the audit department or audit committee. I would hope, Madam Chair, as you recognize that the overall CAFR and the report that follows, and that is the duties and responsibilities of the Assembly. I heard the maid mention that the CFO had comments made on that, and I would hope that he continues to be at arm's length on the overall independent audit that's occurring by BDO. So that said, I did send Mr. Harris an encouraging note to, currently we got a note that the port is sort of on a watch status. I'll call it that. That's not what they did, but it's an indication that perhaps information isn't forthcoming quick enough to meet the terms and conditions of getting the report done on time. So all is well in all other. There's accolades that have come from several departments about their financial reports and financial condition, and then we have one perhaps not in a critical manner yet, but somebody probably needs to give some attention, which Mr. Harris promptly got back to me and said that the port has put additional resources on their financial summary reports tendered to our contractor, the Assembly contractor, BDO. So I believe in the audit of the CAFR and the upcoming May 15th as dry runs for management comments and some of this stuff, as you know, to get it done by the end of June. So we're okay if things keep going, but it's going to be nip and tuck here in May if we're not careful. So.
Mr. Starr, I really appreciate your comments. I read the audit reports that we receive every week. Yeah, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Starr.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We're now down to the addendum to the agenda. Mr. Trainee.
Move to incorporate the addendum of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Item 9A3, AR 2016-128, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2016 as Alaska Mission of Mercy Month. Item 9A4, Resolution AR 26-129, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring YWCA Alaska and recognizing April 29, 2016 as Stand Against Racism Day. Item 9A5, Resolution AR 2016-130, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2016 as Autism Awareness Month. Item 13A3, Ordinance AO 2015-142S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, new code provisions regarding telecommunications facilities, including cell towers. We also have AM 793 2015A to accompany that ordinance. Mr. Trainee, we have laid on the table items. Can I have a motion, please?
Move to incorporate the laid on the table items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We have laid on table item 9B5. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly providing return of the full $300 deposit for the Proposition 9 recount of the April 5th, 2016 election. We have laid on the table item 9D21A. It's the subject is 2016-2017 application for a new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license with restaurant designation permit for Brown Jug Sandwich Company LLC, DBA Brown Bag Sandwich Company, liquor license number 5465. We have item 9F18. It is ordinance 2016-52, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code chapters 23.60 and 23.85 to completely conform AO 2015-127 as amended to the intent of a previous floor amendment to make residential provisions of the International Energy Conservation Code 2012 edition inapplicable to residential construction by deleting all the substantive residential provisions of the IECC, the local amendments thereto that were published, and references and other provisions of the building code retroactive to April 1st, 2016. We also have item 14E1, and this looks like it is a letter, it's addressed to me, and the reference is request for extension hearing on Fantasies on Fifth Avenue LLC liquor license resolution number error 2016-90. That's what Mr. Flynn was referring to. We also have laid on table item number 14F, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for brew pub license number 5459 and restaurant eating place license number 5458 for Quake Brewing Company, LLC, DBA Quake Brewing Company, and the CEB3SL Trugag Eagle River Central Business District located at 12812 Oakland Highway, Suite 812, within Lot 18, Block A, Deborah subdivision, generally located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Eleanor Street and the Oakland Highway in Eagle River. And then last but not least, we have item 15A, and this is report of the results of the recount of Proposition 9 from the regular municipal election of April 5th, 2016 for certification of the recount. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as modified, ma'am.
Second? Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go through, did I miss anything?
I didn't hear the second.
Somebody down here a second. Okay.
So now you incorporate.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Peterson. Now we're going to go through and see what items Assembly members would like to pull for further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We'll start with Mr. Mbosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 5 for reading and 9 Delta 14.
A5's on the addendum. And Delta 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Mr. Croft.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 4 for reading and 9 Bravo 1.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 3 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 9 Alpha 1 for reading. And item 9 Delta 21 to set a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
I'm going to pull 9A2 for reading.
Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
That's all, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Nothing this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pulling nothing this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, I'm going to go over all the items that were pulled. And Mr. Trainee, help me if I missed one, right?
The clerk will do that, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, item 9A1, 9A2, 9B1, 9A3, 4, and 5 off the addendum, 9 Delta 14, 9 Delta 21. That's all I have. Is there anything else, Madam Clerk?
I have nothing else, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. We need to vote on the consent agenda minus the items that were pulled. Please vote. The consent agenda was approved 11-0. Okay, now we'll go back to items that have been pulled, and we'll start with item 9A1. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
That would be AR 2016-110, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing the Port of Anchorage senior staff on receiving their maritime port executive certification. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that item is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, this is a resolution recognizing the Port of Anchorage senior staff on receiving their maritime port executive certifications. Whereas the International Association of Maritime Port Executives is an association of maritime port and marine transport managers and executives who work to develop and maintain standards for professionals working in the maritime industry. And whereas the IAMPE Maritime Management Program is designed to provide a pathway for professional development, certification, and continuing education for port and maritime professionals. And whereas that professional development curriculum involves advanced education and training in all aspects of port operational and financial management and safety and security, and culminates in an award of a professional certification that is recognized industry-wide. And whereas the Port of Anchorage senior staff successfully completed the IAMPE approved program on April 8, 2016, and whereas the Port of Anchorage is now the only port in the state of Alaska where the entire management staff is credentialed in professional port management, now therefore the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Stephen Rebuffo, Sharon Walsh, Todd Coles, James Yeager, Stuart Ray Donis, and Cheryl Beckham are recognized for earning their maritime port executive certifications passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this very day.
Surprise, I'm the elected speaker. Well, first of all, on behalf of the entire staff, thank you all very much for the recognition. It's truly appreciated, and trust me, it took a lot of hard work to do this. It's an entire week program of being out of the office, and 9 to 5. So you'll learn a lot, and you get to interact with quite a few folks from some other ports in the state and local area. So we appreciated the opportunity to have the program come up here. Just so that we in Alaska could take advantage of it. I guess the most important thing to come out of this is, and I've been at the port for coming on 9 years now, and there are some folks behind me who have been around a little bit longer, but I can truly say that your port has never been in better hands than it's in with this group of people that are behind me now. Incredibly professional, well-educated, beyond this certification. And this is a group that comes to work every day, and what's important to them is that this port stays open and continues to do what it does so well for everybody in the state. And we thank you very much for the recognition.
Thank you. Okay, next item.
Madam Chair, move to approve item 9A2.
Second.
AR 2016-126.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that item is approved. Mr. Trainee is going to present, and I'm going to read.
Is Debbie here?
A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and honoring Deborah L. Debbie Reich for her 20 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Deborah L. Debbie Reich excelled in her career, which began with the municipality of Anchorage in July 1995 in the capacity of a temporary senior office assistant with project management engineering, then quickly promoted to office associate in a permanent position for the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, and has served the public faithfully and diligently for 20 years. And whereas Debbie's civil service has been invaluable for AWW and the real estate department, and she will be retiring from her position as the foreclosure specialist in the real estate department on April 29, 2016. And whereas Debbie has been recognized as an Employee of the Month and as a member of a team for AWW Awards for 2000 Work Unit of the Year, Work Unit of the Fourth Quarter 2004, and 2005 Special Achievement Award. And whereas her public career responsible for billing, collection, customer service, assessments, and foreclosure has spanned the administrations of Mayors Rick Mystrom, George Wersch, Mark Begich, Matt Clayman, Dan Sullivan, and Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas Debbie's compassion, loyalty, and professionalism goes above and beyond with the human element that is sought out by those around her and appreciated immensely by those she encounters. And whereas her aptitude for designing and implementing internal and external fillable forms has earned her the distinguished title of Template Queen. And whereas Debbie's remarkable and thorough expertise has ensured a timely, fair, and predictable tax foreclosure program, and her capacity for kindness through administering the tax foreclosure program can only be described as unfailing, consistent, and above all, exceptional. And whereas Debbie is a superior example of humanity with a lasting love and commitment to our community, now and therefore the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors Debbie Reich for her devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and its citizens, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April 2016.
Madam Chair, the Assembly members, administration, I want to thank you for honoring me with this resolution. It means a lot, and I've enjoyed my employment with the municipality, and I would like to thank these lovely ladies from the real estate department for making my last 3 years one of the best. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now at item 9A3. Mr. Evans.
Second.
AR 2016-128, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2016 as Alaska Mission of Mercy Month. Ask unanimous consent. That item is approved.
Is there somebody to receive?
Yes, I believe Julie Robinson and
There we go.
David Nelson are here, among others.
Somebody presenting?
Presenter is Ms. Timboski.
There we go. Whereas the first Alaska Mission of Mercy was held in Anchorage in April 2014, where over 1,332 volunteers, including 230 dentists, treated over 1,589 Anchorage residents at the Denina Convention Center in 2 days, contributing over $1,150,000 in dental care. And whereas on April 29th and 30th, 2016, the Alaska Mission of Mercy is again scheduled at the Denina Convention Center in Anchorage, where more than 1,500 community volunteers are expected to donate their time, resources, and hearts to provide free dental care, and as importantly, patient education to approximately 2,000 local residents who otherwise are unable to receive treatment. And whereas the 2016 Alaska Mission of Mercy is made possible by Platinum sponsor, the Providence Health and Services Alaska, and Gold sponsors, Sprocket Heads, Anchorage Rotary Club, Tote Marine, Henry Schein Dental, Alaska Dental Society, Moda Health, Delta Dental of Oregon and Alaska, and more than 80 other local organizations and individuals have also contributed cash and in-kind donations in charitable support of this event. And whereas individuals with unmet dental care needs can go to the Denina Convention Center to get their most immediate needs addressed, including relief from pain and infection, cleanings, fillings, extractions, teeth pulled, flippers, which are like retainers with front teeth, and repairs to dentures and partials, and root canals on front teeth. And whereas the service is free, anonymous, and no questions will be asked. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honors, sponsors local and out-of-state professionals, businesses, nonprofits, and volunteers who came together to provide free dental care to vulnerable Alaskans at the first Alaskan Mission of Mercy, and recognizes April 2016 as Alaska Mission of Mercy Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this day, 2016.
Obviously, this is a lot more than just Julie and I, and it's thousands of volunteers, and we appreciate your support. And the mayor's office helped us out with this too, and that's a lot of whereases, but we're going to take care of as many people as we can this weekend. So hopefully, you guys can stop by and take a look. Thanks.
Thank you for your work. One moment, Mr. Trainee.
Elby and I went down there last year, and there were people lined up hours before you opened, because what you do is so important to these people. Thanks for coming back and doing it. I understand, Mr. Mayor, the city contributed money. In lieu of money, they let them use the Oneida Center, about $8,000 worth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city's doing what it can to help with this. But thank you for coming back. We look forward to seeing you next year, too. How early should people get there and line up?
We expect they'll line up the night before.
Night before?
They'll start.
That's what happened last year. So.
Yeah, but we don't know. That's the surprise. Nobody will know until it happens.
Thanks so much for your effort.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We're now at item 9A4. Thank you. We're now at item 9A4, AR 2016-129, a resolution honoring YWCA Alaska and recognizing April 29, 2016 as Stand Against Racism Day. Mr. Croft.
I'd move the resolution.
Second.
Acts unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that item is approved. Somebody's going to read and present.
They're coming forward.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Welcome. Whereas YWCAs in America and around the world have a rich history of advocating for racial justice, guided by the one imperative: to eliminate injustices in employment, education, healthcare, housing, human services, and other areas that affect the quality of an individual's life, and to eradicate the barriers that divide us and that perpetuate racism and other forms of oppression. And whereas the YWCA is dedicated to eliminating racism, empowering women, and promoting peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all, and in 2008 initiated the Stand Against Racism movement in order to build community among those who work for racial justice and to raise awareness about the negative impact of institutional racism in our communities. And whereas girls of color encounter the same harsh realities of institutional and structural racism as do boys of color, as well as other challenges that are unique to their color and gender, the 2016 Stand Against Racism Day Against Racism theme is on a mission for girls of color. And whereas YWCA Alaska has been part of the international YWCA movement since 1989, has participated in the National Stand Against Racism event since 2010, and will sponsor a Stand Against Racism Day luncheon on April 29, 2016 for the Anchorage community. And whereas YWCA Alaska will collaborate with organizations and individuals throughout Alaska to host a variety of Stand Against Racism events, and invites the community to participate in Stand Against Racism activities. And whereas the effectiveness of our American society, the strength of the state of Alaska, and the vitality of our communities like Anchorage depend on the success of organizations such as YWCA Alaska, now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honors YWCA Alaska for its dedication to eliminate racism in the Anchorage community and throughout the state of Alaska, and recognizes April 29th, 2016 as Stand Against Racism Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April 2016.
Since 1989, Anchorage has been home to YWCA Alaska, and the Assembly has always supported us in everything that we do. So on behalf of YWCA Alaska, I thank you all. On behalf of the folks that we serve within our programs, several thousand every year, we thank you, and we invite you to stand with us this year. We do this every year, and the Assembly has always been very good about showing their support for this event. It doesn't cost you anything. Just go to standagainstracism.org, sign up yourself, sign up your book club, sign up your business, sign up your church group, and do a little something with us on Friday to show how Anchorage feels about ending racism in this state and in the country. Thank you.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Oh, yes. Valerie Clark.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Starr.
I'd like the other woman to identify herself as well.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you.
She's much better.
My name is Joanna Schultz.
I know that. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, it works. Thank you.
Thank you both. We're now at item 9A5, Resolution AR 2016-130, recognizing April 2016 as Autism Awareness Month. Ms. Domboski.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved.
Thank you. Is there someone here to receive? Welcome. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2016 as Autism Awareness Month. Whereas autism is a pervasive developmental disorder affecting the social, communication, and behavioral skills of those affected by it. Whereas autism is a result of a neurological disorder that affects the normal functioning of the human brain and can affect anyone regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic background. Whereas autism occurs on a spectrum, which means that it manifests itself differently in every individual in whom it appears, and its characteristics may change over the life of each individual. Whereas autism, the fastest growing developmental disability in the United States, affecting more than 3 million people, is an urgent public health crisis that demands a national response. Whereas while there is no cure for autism, it is well documented that if individuals with autism receive early and intensive treatment throughout their lives, they lead significantly improved lives. Whereas individuals with autism often require a lifetime of specialized and community support services to ensure their health and safety and to support families' resilience as they manage the psychological and financial burdens autism can present. Whereas nearly a quarter century ago, the Autism Society launched a nationwide effort to promote autism awareness, inclusion, self-determination, and the opportunity to achieve the highest possible quality of life. And in 2016, will focus its efforts on encouraging friends and collaborators to become partners in moving toward acceptance and appreciation. And whereas a number of organizations in Anchorage and in Alaska provide awareness and educational resources, as well as support to individuals with autism, their families, and to the community as a whole. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urges Anchorage residents to become better educated about autism and to help create a more inclusive community for individuals with autism, and recognizes April 2016 as Autism Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of April 2016.
Thank you very much. My name is Margaret Kostler, and I was actually called at the last minute. I serve on the Governor's Council of Disabilities and Special Education. So they called me to accept this, but I'm actually here on behalf of my son, this is Logan, and other kiddos and individuals like him. So I appreciate this very much, and he's done very well, so we're kind of losing it now, but thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
We're now on item 9B1, AR 2016-92, confirming standing direction to the municipal clerk when exercise of the mayoral veto is out of order. Mr. Croft.
Madam Chair, I move to table
To postpone indefinitely?
indefinitely.
We need a second.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Second.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Domboski?
I'd like to defer to the sponsor if he wants to make a comment before I make mine.
You're welcome to go first, Ms. Domboski, but don't worry, I'll a comment or two.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I appreciate this. Mr. Flynn knows one of my passions. When Mayor Sullivan sat in Mayor Berkowitz's illustrious seat, I think there was 3 times I moved to overturn one of his vetoes, because this is absolutely about the legislative branch's authority. This is about the balance of power. I've talked to Assembly Counsel Tucker multiple times. Assembly Counsel is on the record multiple times expressing that the mayor does not have the authority to veto an amendment before it's passed the body. There are specific provisions within charter as to what the mayor can veto, but if we as a legislative body allow the executive branch to control whatever comes out of the body, that obviously means the executive branch controls both branches of government, and I think that's inappropriate. I don't think that was ever the intent. There is an ability to line item veto with specific requirements, and Mr. Flynn's laid it out here. And this is one of the things I've been most proud of when I've watched this body. Whenever we've had one of these mayoral vetoes or an attempt to amend it, it's virtually unanimous. I think Mr. Birch was the only one who voted against it. But other than that one time, it's usually 11-0 to overturn what I believe is an illegal veto by the executive branch. And that's been over the course of 3 years. I've seen it 3 times, and every single time, almost unanimously, this body says, this is our job. You do what you do after we pass it, but you can't control it before we pass it. And I think that's what this is about. And I appreciate Mr. Flynn bringing it forward, so I fully support it.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Croft?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 2 issues nested in this. One is the merits of the motion or amendment veto. That is, we understand that there's the normal veto that the President has of vetoing legislation. There's the line item veto that our governor has and that presidents do not. And then there's this other power of vetoing as actions are taken or amendment. And I've over the last 3 or 4 days researched that history, that legal history, and that controversy as Ms. Domboski laid out. To me, the question is not so much that whether this mayor or any mayor, whether the Anchorage mayor has that power, but whether we want to use this vehicle to express our assembly action. If it seems to me that if we want to say we have this authority, the mayor does not have this authority to do these amendments, we should do it by ordinance or charter. And that I spent a lot of time struggling with the way this was structured and learning all the history that you are more familiar with on this body than I am, but that I've been catching up on this history of this struggle on the amendment. But if we pass an ordinance or a charter amendment, we bring it forward in a way that that both can be acted on, but can also be decided eventually, if it has to be, in the courts. If we bring it up in this manner, where we direct the clerk to ignore or rule out of order, and while I'm new in the body, it seems to be the chair's prerogative to rule out of order, and our authority as a body to uphold or deny that authority, we put the clerk, I think, in a continuing awkward situation. If we mean to declare that we have this authority, then we do it by the ways we act otherwise, which is ordinance or charter amendment, and let the people. So someday we may have this direct fight. it seems to me prudent to wait until the fight is actually upon us. That is, there is something that is actually vetoed and failed to be overridden, and then we or the courts can decide what that means. But if we want to have this fight earlier than that, if we want to have it resolved, it should be done, I believe, by ordinance or charter, and not in a manner that I think creates a continuing awkward situation for the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to emphasize at the outset, this is not directed at the current administration. As Ms. Demboski alluded to, we've had this fight several times over the years, and unlike Mr. Croft, I think we need to set the lines ahead of that fight. The next time it may or may not occur. Hopefully it won't. And hence my bringing this forward, saying this is how we operate. This is how this body does its business. If somebody wants to come along behind this and say, okay, let's also do an ordinance that further clarifies how we operate, I have no objection to that. This was the approach I took. It was the simplest and cleanest as far as I was concerned. I did my best. If someone has a better idea, I'm happy to hear it. But I think, at least for the time being, we need to establish what our operating parameters are so that there's clarity, at least amongst us, as to how we're going to conduct our business. And again, this is not personal to any specific mayor or administration. This is simply my interpretation of the charter. I think most of our interpretations of the charter. And I've spent a lot more time with the charter than most of us. Believe I have the assembly record for charter amendments. And I think I know it pretty well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I'm happy to have a conversation now about it, and I believe what we see in the criticism that we should do it via AO or, in this case, the AR with a resolution. The resolution in this case really is a policy statement of this body, and by voting on it, we approve it. I think the idea that what Mr. Flynn referenced in authoring it has to also be recognized in that it's not a lecture in civics by any means, Mr. Croft, but the idea that the duties and powers of both this body and the mayor are clearly spelled out in charter, both of which our powers and their part are part of what the citizens hold us accountable to and can't be changed by a resolution or an ordinance. So the language inside charter, quite frankly, can only come from the directives of the folks that we represent. So the idea that we would be sort of firstly out of order because we're addressing it tonight by this matter, I don't find criticism that's justified in the choice of the resolution. I find it proactive. When the discussion requires, and I've been here for 9.5 years and seen it used, and what I don't appreciate, this mayor has not done it yet, but what I don't appreciate is the intent at the motion, the time it's done, and what we're talking about is at a debate subject to an amendment of a current item, that the mayor will oftentimes use a veto request to sort of short-circuit that conversation that we're having. And that is not good government process when someone can say, I veto, stop talking. I don't believe that to be the power that was extended towards a fair debate between, oftentimes, a criticism between the executive branch and the legislative branch. So the idea that somebody has the interim to say, I veto, stop, we have the power to say, call the question. That's in Robert's rules. But I would also feel comfortable that after we approve an item, that the mayor has deliberative veto time. He can veto it 7 days after the action item is approved on the Assembly. And as Ms. Demboski believed to say, I find that far more appropriate. Let us do our work, let us vote on it, and then if the mayor doesn't like that tomorrow or then pull the veto. That's another conversation as we choose to override or not. But what I would guide is that oftentimes I believe that the mayor, for various reasons, and the new members in themselves can see it, is when you look at the item, it's important to know who authored it. So oftentimes I try to put the mayor on the spot because a significant number of them say, brought to the chair of the assembly by the mayor. It could be the mayor's staff, it could be a land use action, could be a legal matter, but the mayor's put his sign on that. So to try to engage the mayor in the conversation is what I try to do, which I think we need to do a better job of allowing him to come to the microphone, get in the queue, and speak to us, because I think it's helpful, or defer to his staff as is normal. So the idea that Mr. Flynn is trying to set policy proactively is very helpful, as well as I don't want to have powers and duties of our branch or the executive branch read and interpreted in an awkward manner. And I believe it's very clear, 4 sections, as Mr. Flynn quotes, where the powers and duties are limited. And if you go read ours, they're also limited as well. So I'm in favor of it. I'm happy to shut down any controversy that may occur the night of a heated debate, as opposed to talking about it now. So thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate something that Mr. Starr just hit upon, and basically a resolution has no force of law. So as Mr. Starr pointed out, this is clearly the clerk's office works for the assembly. This is his policy decision or a statement from the assembly of telling her how to record it. This does not take away the ability of the chair to basically not recognize or to overrule, or whatever you want to call it, a mayoral veto that comes, or this body's ability to overrule a mayoral veto that comes. But the other reason I think this is important to do now, and hopefully you'll consider this, Mr. Croft, it's because we have 3 new members of this body, and there's 3 more members of this body that are terming out or not running next year. We're going to have 6 brand new members within 12 months period that don't have the same legislative history as Mr. Flynn does or Ms. Gray Jackson does. And so I think it's important for the legislative record to be very clear that consistently throughout our history as a municipality, that the Anchorage Assembly has consistently overturned. I'm not aware of one amendment veto that has stood. And so I think it's important to clearly put that on the record for people. But beyond that, I just wanted to take a minute and have Ms. Tucker, if she could, Madam Chair, just give the new members a brief synopsis of what she's told us before about the mayor's ability to veto an amendment before final legislation has passed.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Ms. Tucker.
Thank you. Through the chair, one thing that I'd ask you to direct your attention to in Mr. Flynn's AR in response to Mr. Croft's concern is that this isn't, it's on page 2, and it starts with the be it resolved that begins on line 15. And so there is direction to the municipal clerk, but it is, as Mr. Croft pointed out, absolutely right that it's the Assembly's prerogative to have their policy and to recognize or not recognize the Assembly's, the attempted veto by the mayor. So it's asking the clerk to reflect that the mayoral veto is considered out of order and not recognized by the Assembly. It's not and not recognized by the clerk. In response to Assemblymember Dombowski's request, it's hard to in a thumbnail summarize, and so I would just review that this is about, as Mr. Flynn pointed out, a particular situation where the Assembly is deliberating and there's no final action by the Assembly yet. And so the charter is directive. The mayor has power to veto an ordinance. The mayor has line item veto on budget and appropriation items, no matter what form they take. But even in general law, municipalities, and this was referenced by Assemblymember Domboski with Mr. Birch, even in general law, municipalities and boroughs, and I use Fairbanks North Star Borough as an example. So Fairbanks North Star Borough is not a home rule jurisdiction. It allows, which means that it defaults to a state statute that describes the scope of the mayoral veto. And even in that jurisdiction, which was Mr. Birch's jurisdiction, he, while sitting on that legislature, was part of the prevailing vote to add the word final to the North Star Borough's code, so it would make it clear that their interpretation of the Alaska statute, which has gone uncontested now in any jurisdiction, was that the mayoral veto is allowable after final action of the legislative body, not used to shape the legislation while it's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I guess I have a question for the sponsor, or Ms. Domboski. I guess in the past this has not happened frequently, and when it has happened, it was a quick vote to override the veto. So is there a practical impact with this ordinance or resolution?
I'll take that one, Mr. Weddleton. I don't change my vote very often or very lightly. I think one time I did that was when a previous mayor attempted to veto an amendment during our deliberative process. And I took offense because I felt that was inappropriate as part of the legislative process. My purpose in bringing this forward is to bring clarity to this body and to the administration as to how we will conduct our business. I don't want to have those fights in the middle of our deliberative process, as Mr. Starr alluded to, and I don't want to be in a position where I have to vote against my own interests in order to preserve legislative prerogative. So the practical effect is I get to vote the way I should vote, as opposed to the way I feel I need to vote based on the legislative process.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just wondering if our municipal attorney, Mr. Falsey, would like to weigh in on this.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Falsey is in the queue, but there are two folks who would like to speak ahead of him. But if folks are willing to let Mr. Falsey speak first, I'm happy to allow that. Mr. Trainor, Mr. Dunbar?
Let him speak.
Thank you. Mr. Falsey.
Keep in mind who he works for.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to provide a bit of a counterpoint for the record. We do have significant concerns about this resolution, both on the substance and about particular features of its procedural instructions to the clerk. So on the substance, the counterpoint I would like to provide is that the Charter provides that the mayor has the veto power. The only municipal veto power that existed in 1975 when the Charter was adopted was codified in statute, and it granted the power of the mayor to veto ordinances, resolutions, motions, or other actions of the Assembly. That was the form of veto that the borough mayor had, the strong mayor. The city mayor was the weak mayor, had no veto whatsoever. And Charter Commission members, including the chair of the Charter Commission, Frank Reed, and member Sherry Holmes, confirmed that the Charter Commission's intent was to preserve the form of the veto that was previously possessed by the borough mayor. The first assembly, 3 weeks after the charter became effective, itself confirmed that interpretation by passing an ordinance 7513 that provided in relevant part that the mayor may veto any ordinance, resolution, motion, or other action of the assembly. And the power to veto motions includes the power to veto motions to amend. That has been consistently the position of every municipal attorney of which I am aware, including Mary Hughes, Bill Green, Fred Boness, and Dennis Wheeler. And it is also the practice of other general law municipalities around the state whose mayors are still governed by a similar statute. And I will say I spoke to the borough attorneys in Mat-Su and in the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and even notwithstanding the change to the borough language that Ms. Tucker referenced, those mayors are still understood to have the power to veto amendments. And I understand that this is a point of contention, and we're not likely to come to a resolution on the merits of the issue today. So I'd also like to express that the particular way in which this resolution attempts to resolve this long-standing dispute is, I think, somewhat problematic in that it puts the municipal clerk in a pretty untenable position where the clerk will be advised that she should record the effect of a mayor's veto, but will have standing instruction from the chair not to recognize the veto, which I think will lead to certain confusion about what law has actually been passed. If the Assembly is of the view that it wishes to deny the mayor the ability to veto amendments, it is within the Assembly's power to override those vetoes, which will lead to a clearer picture of what the law is. So those are our concerns, both on the substance and the particular features of this amendment, which does say the Assembly will not recognize the mayoral veto, and that the municipal clerk shall not reflect the veto in the official version of the legislative measure, even if no override vote is taken. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've sat through a lot of meetings with this Assembly, and this discussion comes up from time to time. Depends on who the mayor is. I was first here with Tom Fink, and we would see a lot of vetoes from Tom Fink. And Tom Fink would try and veto what we were doing while we were taking action on it. The mayor has veto authority, but only at the end of when the item is finally dealt with, the mayor can veto it. He can't, in the middle, say, I'm vetoing that. Our last mayor, the last one before this one, tried to do that numerous times. And I'll support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Starr?
Well, I've learned to respect the charter language for literal interpretation. I think all of the issues that I've ever felt have been compromised through good study, and it sounds like Mr. Croft wants to read it clearly. You know, Mr. Falsey, I can concur with some of the statements, but they seem to be the sentence gets dropped off. The mayor has the veto power. What Mr. Flynn is clarifying is that the veto power of an amendment, there's no word of amendment or motion or any of that in the charter. And so subsequently as well, I believe that the writers of the charter and those that adopted it were trying to minimize the amount of battling on the floor, if you will, between the two branches of government so we could continue to be, and I find that to be helpful. The idea also that we get direction deeper into the charter under the same section is this. It tells the mayor how to veto. I take that as a literal instruction. So it says that he has the veto power, and this is how you'll veto it. It says the veto must be exercised and submitted to the Assembly with a written explanation within 7 days of a passage of the ordinance affected. So the idea would be that it is veto power, but I think the directive language to me carries a higher power than an interpretation of words like motions and amendments and all the others that you used that aren't even in the charter. So it isn't trying to be a debate forum right now, but my clarity is that the charter tells the mayor how to do it, much like when you read charter language on how and the duties of us and where we come from. So I think the mayor can follow that. I think it works, and I appreciate the interest to follow that because it allows our debate to continue and the disagreement to be brought to paper and a smoother transition to debate later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think on some of the merits, I agree with Mr. Flynn and Mr. Starr and Mr. Demboski. I certainly think that if this came up, I would probably do as Mr. Flynn alluded to and vote to override. However, I am persuaded by the argument made by the city attorney, municipal attorney rather, and as a municipality, we adopted the strong mayor form from the borough, and they seem to have this power at the time. So I will oppose this, and I apologize to my colleague, Mr. Croft, for not seconding his motion when it was on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to come back for seconds, but since we're in this discussion, I remember talking to the last mayor who viewed his ability to veto unlimited. I asked him one time, what happens if we make somebody chairman? He says, I'll veto it. I have the authority to veto it. So how far do you want to take this? We can make somebody chairman, he can veto it, or she can veto it, depends who the mayor is. And we make somebody else, they can veto it. There has to be a limit to the power of the mayor. And quite frankly, we've got to wait till the whole the ordinance is passed. Then it's up to the mayor to veto it or not. But this gets a little crazy when we let them decide who the chairman of the assembly can be. It's not the function. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dombowski?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I've never done this before. Come back for a third time, so I will
Yes,
be brief.
you have.
Have I really? I don't think so.
Thank you.
I don't remember that. I must have been passionate that day. But I need to point out two things because unfortunately I'm one of the few non-lawyers in the room. These days, I am the minority. So, but I have to point out two things that our wonderful municipal attorney didn't point out. Number one, a lot of the boroughs he referred to are not home rule charter. And as Ms. Tucker can tell you, home rule charter, that's where the devil's in the detail. Right there, because we are a home rule charter community. But secondly, and this is something I've never heard any administration highlight for the Assembly, but do you guys realize there are not one, but two AG opinions specifically on this issue, specifically for the municipality of Anchorage, and both opinions agreed with the Assembly that the mayor does not have the ability to veto. Now, I have asked Ms. Tucker to do an opinion on that and pull those into the conversation because, amazingly, previously, other administrations never highlighted for us those AG opinions that are out there, but they're out there. And there's two of them that specifically looked within the municipality of Anchorage specifically at this issue, and both have sided with the Assembly. Therefore, I will say again, the devil's in the details. We are a home rule charter community. This is about legislative ability and legislative separation of powers, and I will go down to my grave saying the mayor does not have the how can he possibly veto something that's not finished? We may as a body not pass it. So basically, he's vetoing something that may not ever pass. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, we just have to step back and think. Does the governor ever go to the floor of the state house and start vetoing amendments in committee? Never. It doesn't happen. Why? It doesn't make sense. It may not pass the legislative body. So until there's something to veto, which means it has to pass the body, if you allow the executive branch to control from within, their power is limitless, and I just don't think that's appropriate. So I still support it.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to jump in the middle of this, but
Couldn't resist.
let me make it perfectly clear that I don't believe this mayor would get into that. He might. I only remember one time where it was a real serious situation. We were trying to pass a budget, and we were getting into line item vetoes. So we had this fight. I applaud the attempt to be preemptive, but I think it is necessary for us to get that point across. It's a burr under my saddle with regard to the last mayor. I was rather upset with the whole process. So I applaud getting out front. If it needs to go back to the drawing board to reword it a tad, I'm a little uncomfortable with the clerk being in the middle, but she's in the middle anyway, and she's going to do what we pass and what happens. But I'll be voting for it if it goes forward to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Tucker?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify something that Assemblymember Dombowski referred to, and that is that on, as she mentioned, two prior occasions, this Assembly has, and perhaps more, but on at least two prior occasions, this Assembly in earlier decades has hired outside counsel to advise the Assembly on the scope of the mayoral veto. And the two opinions that Assemblymember Dombowski refers to are an opinion by former Attorney General John Havlick and another one by former Attorney General Avram Gross. They wrote those as private counsel to the Assembly, though they were not serving as attorney generals at the time that they wrote those opinions. The other thing that I wanted to mention was that in 1991, the municipal attorney's office had to look at the issue of when the veto of an ordinance, in that case, would become ripe. And in that analysis, it turned on whether the action by the Assembly was still within the control of the Assembly. And the municipal attorney at that time reasoned that the power of the veto couldn't be completed as long as the measure was in the control of the Assembly. And that same reasoning is what has led me and other much more esteemed counsel before me to reason that when an amendment that hasn't yet been considered and incorporated into an ordinance, that amendment and the ordinance that it is a part of is still within the control of the Assembly, that there's no action for the veto to attach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Mr. Croft.
We're taking an issue that has been has not resulted in those amendments being effectively vetoed. That is, the body congeals along the lines of we will not allow it, and they override it. So we're taking something that has been a source of a question, but hasn't resulted in, at least in recent times, any effective veto. More members can correct me, but that the body usually says they want to override. So it has never become ripe, if you will. If we want to bring it to a head, bring it to a legal conclusion, I think there are better ways to do it. And particularly egregious is what Mr. Starr and others talked about, short-circuiting the discussion. That is, we can say the mayoral veto, if it all happens after we've had our chance to debate, just like it happens in resolutions or ordinances after the debate.
I remember. You told me.
But the real question to me is, this is going to be decided at some point. You're forcing the decision to be now. I mean, any mayor of any political stripe would have to defend that over there. So you are taking something that has not been a problem under this mayor, I guess was under a prior one, but the Assembly stood together to override it, and making it be something he has to then defend. Any mayor of any position would. So you're taking that sleeping dog and kicking it. And so if we want that fight, that dog fight, we can make it happen. I believe it's a poor idea to do that. It'd be better to wait until it is a problem. I believe that the legal opinions are much closer, and I've studied those opinions, even the contrary. But we're going to force a court to decide it. Maybe that's what the body wants. I'd also like to clarify, because I don't want to do it again, if I do respect what has been mentioned a number of times here, that is us defending the legislative position we have against, if it truly is, executive encroachment. So we should do that, and we should act across partisan lines to do it. For that reason, I think this is a wrong directive. I think we should not give this directive to ignore and call out of order the mayor and bring this issue that has been an irritant but hasn't been a legal problem to a head. But if we give that directive and if it is vetoed, I'll stand with this body to say, in effect, we get to tell our clerk what to do, even if it's the wrong thing.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I thought for sure I could go without weighing in on this, but everybody else seems to be having so much fun. I think, having listened to everybody, and some repeatedly, I don't think it matters. I mean, I look at this and I don't see it having any effect on anything because, you know, the practicality is if we go through this process and we have a motion to amend on the floor, the mayor is going to protect his prerogative and his belief that he has the power to veto it. He's going to announce that he's vetoing it. We're going to be faced with the decision as to whether we're going to now just simply rely on the fact that the clerk is going to record that as being out of order and not take any action on overturning that veto and moving on. And it's going to have the same, I think, effect on our deliberations as it would if we didn't pass this. So, you know, I generally supported it. I think it's fine. It's more housekeeping than it is worth, you know, all this constitutional discussion. But there is a concern I have if we do pass this, and we do run into that situation where the mayor vetoes a motion to amend, and we decide to rely simply on the fact that we've declared these to be out of order, and don't take that action that we have historically taken at the time to overturn the veto, we run the risk of the mayor having this as a very serious issue and then going to court and saying, you know, he does have that right, and we've lost the time frame for overturning his veto. So I think no matter what we do, as long as this debate exists between the mayor and the legislative body, we're going to have that fight when it comes up. This is fine. I can pass it. I can vote against it. It just doesn't matter that much. But if it makes people more comfortable that that's how the record is going to be reflected afterwards, that's fine. But just keep in mind that when it does arise, you still want to pay attention, and you still probably want to overturn that veto. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There's no one else in the queue. Let's finally vote. That resolution passes 7-4 and 4 against. Okay. 7 approved and 4. Mr. Trainee? It's okay.
I'm used to doing it to me, okay?
Okay, we're now at item 9D21. Did I miss one?
9D14.
Okay.
9D14.
Madam Chair.
To the agenda, I think.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, may I move to change order of the day? I see Mr. Knox is here. I know he has an appearance request, and it's 6:15 already, so.
That works, Mr. Flynn. Do you have a second?
I don't know.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. We will take appearance requests right now. Mr. Knox? Are you here, Mr. Knox?
Oh, he's there.
Oh, he is. Oh, great.
Bud's
Okay.
back there.
No, I'm not worried, Mr. Flynn. I'm all good. Yeah.
Who doesn't know Bud Knox, you know?
Well,
Stop laughing, Dick.
Bud, you don't have to stand. We can bring the microphone down to you if you want, sir.
Yeah.
welcome, Mr. Knox.
Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Assembly folks, I guess y'all know I'm Bud Knox. My last time down here, I think, was about 20 years ago. I hope I don't ever come back. What do you laugh at, Dick?
Would you mind moving the microphone a little bit?
Here?
Perfect.
That better?
Thank you. Thank you.
I forgot I left my paperwork at home, so that's what happens when you get 80. So I came down specifically because when I was in the voting booth, I really got upset because I couldn't understand the Proposition 8. So I asked the lady if she could help me with it. She brought a piece of paper up and started reading off of one side. She said, well, this is the way you want to vote. And she said, vote no.
so I voted no. So I canceled my wife's vote out. So I got home and I called you, and he gave me the runaround. So then I called Amy over here. She told me exactly what happened, how it went down, you know. So, but he told me how it was, but not all of it. I did call the mayor's office, and I talked to a lady down there. I don't know who it was, and I asked her about it. And she said, "Wait a minute, there's somebody here that can answer that." She was talking to the attorney, the guy that wrote it. So if this is the way this administration is going to do things, they're going to have the attorney do some slick job to put that on the ballot, write that like that, where old guys like me can't understand it. I mean, what's the point? How's this administration going to come through? Are we going to have this all the time or what? One other thing, and I'll shut up. My street hasn't been swept. Every street in town has been swept but mine. And the dust is, my wife's got asthma, the dust flies up all the time. So what's going on there? I mean, the other mayor swept the streets and got the snow off the ground, you know. And congratulations on your appointment. I'm glad you got it.
Thank you.
Thanks for training.
But who's your assembly representative that looks over at street sweeping in your area?
Right there.
Okay. I just wanted to check.
I didn't want to put him on the spot, but, you know, I don't mind. So.
Let me.
Bud and I go back.
Yeah.
Bud and all of us go back.
True story.
We'll probably have lunch sometime this next week and hash it out.
Don't go away.
Falsey.
Mr.
Trainee
has a
Mr.
a comment.
Falsey, I've heard a lot about who wrote yes meant no and no meant yes. Are you the attorney responsible for that, or was that the people that brought it forward to the electorate?
Through the chair, it was a bit of a combined effort. I'll say the language of the charter amendment came served to us by the proponents of the charter amendment. The language that I worked on with the municipal clerk's office was the introductory and final language, which said this proposition would amend section 1403A as below, and finally, shall the charter be amended as proposed above. But the confusing language, or at least the language that I understand has been interpreted as confusing, was language that we picked up from the petition and put on the ballot exactly as requested by the initiative proponents.
That's not the way it was explained to me. But anyway, I was talking to the lady there, and she said, this guy can answer it. He said, doesn't matter how you vote, it's going to be the same. That's what he said. So.
Well, thank you, but we need a consistent look at the language because it does confuse people. A lot of us are getting to be.
Well, yes meant no, and no meant yes. That's the way people took it, you know.
What meant maybe?
Pardon?
What meant maybe?
A dash.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
I just wanted to let you know that you're in good company. My street hasn't been swept either. And,
well, I've been thinking about getting out with a broom and do it and then just send a bill to the city.
Actually, I did. I just raked it, so the gravel's still there. But
okay, guys, thank you.
Bud, Mr. Trainee had a question.
What street do you live on?
10th Avenue.
Still there, huh?
30 years.
City manager, would you check and see when 10th Avenue is going to get swept?
Mr. Chairman, none of the neighborhood streets that have been swept yet. We moved into the neighborhoods over the weekend. We're still probably 3 or 4 weeks away from having the sweep completed. So we've done mains, we've done arterials, most of the collectors, but inside the core city area, we haven't done any neighborhood sweeping except for what's happened in the last couple of days.
But when you do, if you'd get 10th, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, Bud.
And when you think about it, spring did happen sooner than it usually. Spring did happen sooner than it usually has. But before you leave, Mr. Domboski has a comment.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Knox. And actually, my comment is for the clerk's office. So we have a constituent standing here in front of us tonight saying that when they went to go vote, they were told by election staff how to vote. Can you respond to that, Madam Clerk?
Absolutely, Ms. Domboski. Through the chair, I have been writing a note to our staff to find out who the precinct is, and we're going to have a discussion. Precinct workers are not to tell voters how to vote. The precinct worker should direct the voter to a book. The book actually has the complete ordinance or should have had additional information, but the precinct workers are directed not to tell anyone how to vote. So we will address that. Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Bud, it's really good to see you again. I've known you for a really long time when I was staff of the Assembly. And-
Don't come back.
You don't look 80, by the way, at all. But thank you for being here. No one else is in the queue, so thank you very much for being here this evening. You're welcome. Okay, back to items pulled off the consent agenda. We're down to, thanks to Mr. Flynn, 9D14, AM 286-2016, TFK Systems, Inc., to provide additional technical resources for operational support of the PeopleSoft environment. Mr. Mbosky.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a couple questions just for Mr. Abbott, if I may. Thank
Certainly,
you. Mr. Abbott, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Am I reading this that amendments 2 and 3, which totaled nearly $400,000, were never approved by the Assembly?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Haddon for that.
Dick.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Yes, ma'am, you are reading that correctly. That was my error, and that is the reason why I put that statement in there, to acknowledge that those amendments were a result of my personal error.
I appreciate that comment. Mr. Haddon, you know this is one of my things I get passionate about.
Great.
This body, whenever there's an expenditure over $50,000, we have the responsibility to approve or deny that. And so obviously these services have been rendered already.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. As I look at it, I'm understanding this is for the upkeep of PeopleSoft through the implementation.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. I don't see a problem with that per se, but to the administration, this has been something, this happened before with another appropriation a couple of years ago, and this body takes it very, very seriously when appropriations are made without our consent in violation of law. So I hope these little boo-boos don't happen. I know it was a transition time, so I think things can happen, but I look forward to making sure they don't again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, with request of the chairman, I'd like to move this item till after we're done with first quarter budget approval. Let's go ahead and deal with 9D14 after we deal with first quarter budget revision, ma'am.
Right, and if I can add to Mr. Trainee's comment, the reason why I've asked him to move to postpone action until after we deal with first quarter is because there is an appropriation in the document that is dependent upon first quarter budget revision resolution. So.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that's moved to the item after we deal with first quarter budget revision. We're now down to item 9D21. Thank you, Madam Clerk. 9D21, AM 293-2016, Brown Bag Sandwich Company, LLC, DBA Brown Bag Sandwich Company, liquor license number 5465. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to set this for a public hearing on May 10,
Second.
and I can speak to that if anyone needs further background. Okay.
Okay, I don't see anyone objecting, so that public hearing is on, what date did you say, Mr. Flynn?
May 10.
May 10th.
Madam
Thank you, Mr.
Chair.
Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Look at this document. Says the last date of protest is May 8th. So if we have this hearing on May 10th, is that a problem?
Thank you,
The
Mr. Trainee.
last date of protest is the 8th. It's on
Mr.
line
Flynn, Madam
42.
Clerk.
Yeah. Yeah, Mandy, can you help you out on this one? Do you need us to pass this as it is and then have the public hearing? Is that better?
Through the chair, we could do a conditional protest and get an extension of time to accommodate for the public hearing.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the motion as made? Let's come back to this. Madam Chair, may we please postpone this item to after our dinner break so we can get this clarified?
Certainly, Mr. Flynn. This item is postponed until after the dinner break. We're now down to item 11A, AO 2016-28. what's the wish of the body? Isn't this the one that 11A?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Weddleton?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Please vote. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Okay. Please vote. That item is postponed unanimously indefinitely. Mr. Trainee, can I have a motion to recess for dinner break?
Move to recess for dinner break for a period of not to exceed 10 minutes, ma'am.
10 minutes?
15.
How about 20 minutes?
How about 25 minutes since you have to take the elevator down?
Madam Chair, before we do break, would you, I saw some people who walked in tonight after the announcement that we intend to hold the cell phone ordinance over, or the cell tower ordinance over, and so if we could clarify, Ms. Domboski, what the intent is for that, so they know.
Sure. Before we move to that, we were on the recess, and there was a motion to recess, but did I hear a second?
I tried to change the time to more than 10 minutes.
Okay, but you second. Okay. Okay. After your comments concerning the cell tower, then we'll take a recess based on the motion. Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the intent tonight is to have the public hearing on the cell tower ordinance. We'll close the public hearing, and then we're going to, or I'm going to make a motion to postpone this to the meeting action to the meeting of May 24th. And that's going to give us, as a body, the ability to review the Planning and Zoning Commission's comments, review potential amendments, and then be organized rather than trying to make sausage on the floor. So that's the intent, is to have the public hearing, but then to postpone action until the 24th of May.
So your intent is to close the public hearing tonight? Okay, so people want to talk, tonight's the time to talk to us. Okay. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you, Mr. Domboski.
Mr.
Starr.
Well, I kind of challenged that statement of closing the public hearing for a couple reasons, and I'd like to talk about those just for a moment.
Please.
Well, oftentimes the conversation with the community or those affected that I have are amendment-based, and so the idea that I have to do that sort of off the record or behind closed doors doesn't allow me then to take that information and communicate with my fellow assembly members, because I'm restricted by the number of folks that I can communicate with outside that. So the idea that I wouldn't be able to get feedback from industry at the microphone up here of a proposed amendment later concerns me. I just don't think it's good practice, especially if we're going to put an S version out there or propose amendments that need to be changed to the cell tower ordinance. And again, it further puts me in a box of, once I have feedback from industry, I can't go talk to my fellow assembly members in number, and I don't like to be put in that position. So either a work session, but even those are we don't take action in a work session. So I'd encourage that, but I think that I would rather these folks not, use their one time at the microphone and then we change things.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Domboski?
Yeah, Mr. Starr, I'm fine with continuing the public hearing. I was just asked earlier to close it, so I'm happy to continue it. The point being is, when you testify on the cell tower ordinance, you only get one time to testify. So if it's the will of the body to continue, if I can see heads nodding. Okay, it looks like there's a majority of members that are willing to continue the public testimony, which, Madam Chair, if I may just let people know, that means if you testify tonight, you don't get to testify again on the 24th. So if you want to see the amendments that are coming out, if you want to testify specifically to those amendments, then it would probably be better to wait until the 24th to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, the only problem with that line of theory is we have an S version out here, and if there's an S version, they can't testify again on the S version because it's substantially different than the original version. So just keep it in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We're going to recess for dinner break, and we'll see everybody back here at 6:55. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order, and we are now on item 13A. It's a continued public hearing, and there's a substitute version. It's AO 2015-142 and AO 2015-142S. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Trainee?
Move to combine the public hearing on the original version and the S version.
Can we have a second? Thank you. Anyone wish to be heard? Please state your name and spell your last name.
Let us know if you're representing the community council because you get 5 minutes.
And if you're representing the community council, you have not 3 minutes, but 5.
Sorry, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, Assembly members. My name is Marilyn Pillafont, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Rogers Park Community Council.
Can you please spell your last name, Marilyn?
Yes, I
Thank
will.
you.
It's P as in Paul, I-L-L-I, F as in Frank, A-N-T.
Thank you.
And I'm here, as I said, on behalf of Rogers Park Community Council. Our council has taken a very active interest in the proposed revisions of the Title 21, to Title 21 around cell phone towers. Our community, as a community, we have found ourselves in direct opposition to proposed plans to build a large cell phone tower on more than one occasion over the last few years. Our experience as a community with local companies and third-party builders has been that they are not at all interested in preserving the integrity of our neighborhoods, that our values and what we feel is important to preserve when projects come in are not at all the same. Our community council, as a community council, we were dismayed with the original ordinance when it was first introduced, as it further weakened protections for residential areas. We adopted a resolution suggesting numerous changes to the original version. Many members of the community council have worked diligently as part of a citizen group, participating in the rewrite process and suggesting changes from the community perspective. While we don't see every change that we requested, we feel this ordinance before you, the S version, is a good compromise. Some highlights of what we feel are particularly good work that we strongly support include the increase of the separation distance to 200%, incentives to encourage the low-impact development, especially in residential areas, by prioritizing concealed towers and alternative technology, the ability to refer applicants for third-party review. These are often complex and can be difficult to tell if reasonable alternatives exist without very specific expertise. The ordinance reflects the hard work and collaboration that was achieved during Planning and Zoning's comprehensive review process. Independent citizens, industry representatives, Planning and Zoning staff, and commissioners all participated. While no one got everything they wanted, we feel this ordinance strikes the right balance between meeting industry's needs to provide services that the demand continues to grow for, and protecting the natural amenities such as view sheds that make our neighborhoods and cities so great. And additionally, I'd like to remind the Assembly of the Planning and Zoning Commission's mission statement, which says, its mission is to guide Anchorage land use development and community resources to meet the quality of life, economic, social, environmental, and physical needs of present and future residents. Good planning makes for livable neighborhoods, a safe and healthy community, and a sustainable economy. How land use fits in with housing, transportation, community, and economic development gives Anchorage its character. So with that, the Rogers Park Community Council encourages the Assembly to adopt this ordinance as it is currently written and presented. So thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to address this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Pillafont. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last.
Racheali. That's the first name, Raquel, and the last name is Feller. F as in Frank, E-L-L-E-R.
Thank you.
I have lived in Anchorage South Addition neighborhood for 28 years. And when 2 years ago, GCR proposed to erect a 90-foot cell tower in front of my house, I became involved in the decision, amendment, and then the rewriting of Title 21. This issue is very dry and is complicated, and its implications are deep and far-reaching to all who call Anchorage home. Though the new S Amendment draft is not everything that I would like to see, I would say that it's a very good compromise between the citizens of Anchorage and the industry, thus it should be adopted as it is written. Please note that the South Addition Community Council, along with 6 other community councils around the city, had adopted a proposition that is similar and compatible to the S version of Title 21. Thus, we support it. South Addition, where I live, is one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city, and we do not want to be diminished or blighted by the presence of tall cell tower, which will more than likely be made obsolete and redundant in the very near future. While there is definitely a new small cell technology that is available, that is used all over the world and in the lower 48. Just as our state said no to billboards, why should we concede our beautiful viewshed and surrounding to an unsafe and ugly technology which is already being replaced by small cell and other abusive and more effective alternatives? Do not be persuaded by big industry tactics. The bottom line is profit and money, while the bottom line of the citizen of Anchorage is a beautiful and safe city. Look at some of the legal notes that are coming out from the industry. Please read them. These are law firms which are in Seattle, New York, and California. Their shareholders do not live here, and they do not care about our city. They should not dictate how our cell towers and our communication industry be built and managed. I strongly encourage you to keep the separation distance to 200%. And this is because of safety issue, because of the beautiful view shed, and to keep our property value the way they are. I also encourage you to adopt the S version of Title 21 as is. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Anyone at all? What's the wish of the body? Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to continue the public testimony until the meeting of May 24th.
Second.
Mr. Trainee?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to request we have a work session on this. If you'll do that, run it through the clerk's office. We need to have a work session on the S version. Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. The public hearing on AO 2015-142 and 142S is continued to the meeting of 5/24. Next item on the agenda. I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Is there any objection? Seeing none, let's move to 5/24.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Domboski?
Madam Chair, if I could have a moment of personal privilege, I'd like to invite the high school students that are here to come to the microphone and just introduce themselves.
That's great. Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Hi, I'm Victoria McGrew. I'm Sarah Tangog, and we're from Chugiak High.
Hi. Thanks for being here this evening. You've got about 3 more hours, so make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to commend these young ladies because we had a lot of students that kind of snuck out over our dinner break, and they hung around just so they could introduce themselves. So thank you for staying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. We are now at agenda item 14A, AR 2016-104.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Flynn.
But I know this one's going to take a little while. Ms. Honest is handing out the amended AR dealing with the brown bag issue, which was item 9, Delta 14. Or sorry, that's incorrect. 9 Delta 21, I think it was. It was 21. And what it does is conditionally protest this license pending the public hearing on May 10, as I'd previously moved. So what I would like to do is move to postpone the public, or move to set a public hearing date for May 10, and if that's approved, subsequently approve this as yet unnumbered assembly resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I don't see any objection to setting the public hearing for May 10th, so the public hearing for this item is set for May 10th.
Okay. And then I'd like to move AR 2016 dash yet to be titled, which is a resolution, Anchorage Municipal Assembly, stating its protest regarding a new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 5465 with restaurant designation permit for Brown Bag Sandwich Company, LLC, doing business as Brown Bag Sandwich Company, located at 535 West 3rd Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska, 99501, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action.
Second.
Mr. Flynn, are we going to vote on this tonight, or is this for May 10th? I'm
This is
confused.
to vote tonight so that we uphold our opportunity to take action.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue, so let's vote. That passes unanimously. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
You're welcome, Mr. Flynn. We're now at agenda item 14A. We're back at agenda item 14A. And I'll repeat it again, revising and appropriating funds for the 2016 general government operating budget for the municipality of Anchorage. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Feel free to come to the podium.
I'm McGrath.
You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Good evening. I thought there'd be 100 people running up here. So
I'm back at you.
Referring
Look.
to you first, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mayor Berkowitz, members of the Assembly. My name is Tom McGrath, spelled M-C-G-R-A-T-H, and I live in downtown Anchorage. Thank you for taking my testimony on the 2016 general government operating budget. I refer you to AM 260-2016, paragraph 4, which is what my testimony is about. There are many factors pertaining to the economy that should go into your decision tonight on how to spend or allocate the approximate $15 million left over from the preceding budget year. As Bill Popp reported yesterday on KTUU, the AEDC confidence survey was at 50% positive, 50% negative, which is much lower than usual. There is a significant number of people that have been laid off in the past several months. We still do not have resolution on the state budget from Juneau. I can understand the hesitancy of returning last year's leftover tax dollars to the taxpayers, but I would also suggest that the financial stability of the municipality is much better than most citizens of Anchorage. Anchorage has a cash position of about $500 million. Yes, $500 million. That was the number that the treasurer gave you last Friday morning. As reported last Friday morning, with a position this strong and all the adverse indicators throughout the state of Alaska, I feel it is incumbent on you to return as much money as possible to the citizens of Anchorage. Sometimes the difference of a good economy or a bad economy is just a feeling. A decrease in taxes of a few percentage points could make a huge difference in the perception of where our economy lies. What is a better cash balance to you? What would be a better cash balance to you could be a difference of a more comfortable life for the citizens of Anchorage. Please do the right thing by the citizens of Anchorage and return as much money as possible that is left over from the 2015 general government operating budget to the citizens of Anchorage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last.
Hi, I'm Lisa Aquino, A-Q-U-I-N-O, and I'm the Executive Director of Catholic Social Services. Thank you so much for the time tonight. I'm here to to thank the municipality for their support of homeless services and to speak in favor of additional funding going towards housing and homeless services. A group of nonprofit leaders put together a letter and signed it, and we sent it to you, the chair, and I think that many of you received that. I have the actual copy here. But it was in regard to the efforts facilitated by the mayor's office and by the local coalition here to align services and improve the ability of nonprofits operating as a safety net for adults in the downtown social service area. With this additional funding request, we'll be able to expand the work that we're already doing and really make movement towards ending homelessness in Anchorage. And that can be done, but we need some support. I think that all of you here have probably recognized the increase in homelessness that we're seeing in our community. I know at Brother Francis Shelter, which is one of our programs, between 2005 and 2015, there was a 30% increase in usage of the shelter, and there's over a 200% increase in the population that's 65 and older. These are serious times. We support the municipality in working with us to really make a difference with this, and I really appreciate your time tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. There's no questions. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hi.
Please
So
state-
my name is
Thank you.
Allison Kerr, and I'm the executive director of Covenant House.
Would you mind spelling your last name?
Sure, Kear. So first, like Lisa, I really applaud you and your element of service with this, because I'm not sure that I could stand here day in and day out and really try to listen through and weigh through that all you do as Assembly. And so I want to thank you and let you know that I just wanted to come tonight to show my support of a difficult decision to figure out budget and what to do. I woke up this morning and I was kidding Forrest that first thing I saw was Forrest on Channel 2 News, and they were talking to him in terms of what was called a surplus. And one of the things that I would just challenge us to think about is, I'm not sure that I would call it a surplus. I think in previous administrations, human services have been underfunded, and organizations such as Covenant House, Catholic Social Services, and others, I want you to know we continue to step up, and we will be there, and we're not doing it just with our hands out, but we're partners with you in this. And Covenant House, as an example, in a $6 million budget, there's less than $100,000 on municipal and state investment. So we're a privately funded organization that works really hard to partner with you on that. But we do need services to make a difference in what's happening in the downtown corridor and some of the other areas. We will be here to help, and we're a strong partner with you, but the investment needs to be made.
Thanks for being here and your service to the community. Anyone else wish to be heard? There are no questions, ma'am. Anyone else? Please state your name and spell your last.
My name's Eric Hughes, last name Hughes. I wanted to point out something that we need to be looking at the state toward right now for budget issues. There's an old saying that says, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. So having a $15 billion surplus right now, trying to get rid of it and giving it back, I don't think it's the right thing to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Anchorage. There's roads that need to be repaired. I've driven over roads that are just rubble, that are like gravel roads. The deferred projects need to be addressed, and getting rid of that money before we have everything under control doesn't make any sense. Look at what the state's going through right now. We're looking for extra money to meet that next budget. And along with the ordinance regarding the cell towers, a personal peeve of mine is that I would have the most beautiful view of the Chugach if it wasn't for a power pole in my backyard with about 100 lines coming off of it. I'm paying for an underground service charge to bury those lines. When I asked about getting my power pole addressed. They said that neighborhood is so old it will probably never be addressed. There's money that we could spend that on that would make, as these folks were already saying, Anchorage a more appealing place, you know, would present nicer. There's projects that need to be done. Giving it back and just getting rid of it now doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mark June. I am on the Brother Francis Shelter Advisory Council, and I've been on it for the last 6 years. And I'm up here just to reinforce the point made by some of the prior speakers that there is no silver bullet on the issue of homeless. It takes many different efforts in many different areas. In fact, it takes, one might say it takes a municipality. And the partnership that I've seen over the last 6 months is much stronger, and I hope those efforts continue, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hi.
Hi, my name is Corinne O'Neill. I'm the Supportive Housing Division Director for ROCAP. And today I'd just like to address the line item for homelessness in the municipal budget. I just want to thank the municipality for its support and coordination of homeless services with municipal dollars. I think the homeless system in Anchorage is extremely fragile, and often as individual providers, it's difficult for us to look beyond the crisis at our own front doors. I think this funding proposal will allow us to use our really limited resources in a more coordinated effort to really do service prioritization. And I know ROCAP is really committed to that effort. Instead of just spending resources revolving people over and over again, it's trying to get them to the right resource the first time. And I think that's really some of the intent of this funding. I would say, you know, I think the municipality made an investment with ROCAP in our Safe Harbor Merrill project earlier this year, and we now call it Sitka Place. And this was the first time there was a real municipal investment in a housing and homeless project for us. And I would say today we have 48 of the top CSP users in that project, and I can't say that we've diverted all emergency calls, but I think that there has been a significant impact there. And on a day-to-day basis, we are working to divert and keep those people in housing. And we've only lost one person yet. Unfortunately, some people have passed away. But I think there was a good and wise investment in a homeless services project. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi, please state your name, spell your last.
Good evening. My name is Heather Davis, DAVIS, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alaskan AIDS Assistance Association. And I want to thank you for allowing us to come before you tonight. The 4A's is looking for $75,000 to be used for GAP funding. We had housing that was provided to clients under HUD housing funding that was coming through the continuum of care, and that funding was effectively lost in late October. Since that time, we have been looking for sources of funding to help keep 8 families, 13 people from losing their housing effective July 1st. These are people living with HIV. They were homeless before they came into our housing program, and these people have been stably housed, some for more than 10 years. As we know, HIV is still a highly stigmatized disease, and it's often difficult for us to place these clients due to that. The housing situation in Anchorage is not easy, and so we've gotten these people on wait lists for housing, whether it's through VA or through vouchers or through senior housing or other places, but many of these wait lists are a year or even more. Our clients were known of this, were made known of this as soon as it happened, and they've also been working with us to find housing, and they've been really great in saying, you know, maybe we can just get the trash collected less often to help us save money. And we sent some letters to you from some of our clients, and some of them are here. So we're looking for funding just to carry us over until we can find funding. We don't want to see these people back out on the streets. Anchorage is trying to help solve this problem of homelessness, and it makes no sense to put people who are stably housed back on the street again when they have been successful community members due to the stable housing. So thank you very much for considering us.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton has a question. Yeah. Mr. Weddleton?
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I need Forrest to turn it off for me. He's not as quick as he should be. So is this one-time funding? And
Yes, we're just looking for gap funding while we get these people under other programs and off wait lists.
And you're certain that that'll happen?
Yes, we are.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. There are no more questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hello, welcome. Spell your name.
Hello, my name is Robin Lutz, Lutz. So thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I am also from the Alaskan AIDS Assistance Association. I'm the Director of Client Resources there and a community member, obviously, in Mr. Croft's area. I wanted to thank the Assembly also, echoing Heather's thoughts. You know, we serve a group of our community, people with HIV, and that's a health condition that is so greatly impacted by having stable housing. And I'm so glad to see that our community is not only giving money to make sure that our homeless are staying off the streets, getting new housing, but folks who have been housed for so long don't return to the streets. Permanent housing is a real gift, and to be able to support people as they achieve that is one of the best things that we do. And I'm so glad that we have an assembly that appreciates that and supports us in that. We have a lot of families, a lot of singles. Just in general, you know, HIV looks just the way our community looks. It's a mixed community, and every single one of our people cherish the housing that they have, and I thank the Assembly for understanding the importance of that.
Thank you. There are no questions. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Ariane Ridgway, Ridgway. I am with the 4As. I am one of the families that might be displaced due to funding. I just wanted to say when Robin found me a year and a half ago or so, I was living out of my car. My son was suicidal and had spent some time in North Star Behavioral because he wanted to kill himself. Since we've had the funding in the stable housing, he is now an honor roll student and gets straight A's, has a 4.0 grade point average, and I'm on all the waiting lists possible. The soonest I can get into anything might be September to, you know, January of next year. So it is possible that we are on waiting lists for things. I just am hoping that you'll give us a little funding so that I'm not out on the street while I'm waiting for another program to pick up. I just can't afford that for my son's safety. You know, he's doing really good. I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Well,
Babies come first.
all right, welcome.
Thanks, Laura.
Please state both your names. Just kidding.
Wouldn't dream of doing otherwise. My name is Katie McKay Bryson, Bryson. This is Rona Nayuk Bryson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you tonight. We're proud to be represented here by Mr. Trainee. I'm a volunteer with the 4As. I'm the vice president of the board, which is made up of Anchorage community members and junior community members. And I want to thank the people who have testified here today, the staff and our participants, for their bravery and their hard work. I really appreciate your consideration of this one-time gift. These are important members of our community, and they need this assistance. It's difficult to get by even when you know you've got housing secure, but living with the knowledge, as these folks have been doing, that their housing is in question, it has an effect on you whether or not you're living with an extremely important health condition as part of your day-to-day life. So I appreciate your compassion and your thoughtfulness tonight. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Laura Herman, Herman. I'm represented by Eric Croft. I'm also a neighbor to one of his properties, which we can talk about later. I am the Director of Development at the Alaskan AIDS Assistance Association, and I'm just adding to the chorus of folks who are asking for a very small bit of the budget. We're not asking for $1 million or millions of dollars or even $100,000, but just $75,000 to make sure that over 10 families are not ejected into the street on July 1st. We all know that housing in this town is not affordable, and it's not easy to go from one place to another, especially when you have low to no income. The cool thing about HIV is that if you are stably housed and have good nutrition and taking your medications, the ability to transmit the disease to other people falls through the floor. So treatment is prevention. And when you're looking at a public health answer to make sure that Alaskans are staying healthy, that we are avoiding chronic long-term diseases, it's really important that we continue to provide the assistance for these folks to receive that treatment. Like I said, this is a public health issue, and we're asking for a very small amount of money one time. We are committing to continue the fight to find more funding, and we've hit up about every single pot that has come available, and just need this piece to make sure that we're not ejecting folks who have been safely housed and stably housed for a long time. Thank you very much for your consideration. You guys all know I'm a very hard worker, so I hope to have your support on this issue.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else wish to be heard? Hello.
Hi, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is the victory, E-E, I'm the second. I agree with Tom McGrath. I really do. I think that if you're going to raise taxes 7%, you know, and if you give back the surplus, instead of raising taxes 7%, it'll be 3.5% raise. I heard this on the news. You're going the right direction if you lower our taxes, because more homeless, and I know a lot of them where I live, they'll be able to better afford a place to live. And also, I do not believe you can throw money at a problem and solve it. You need more volunteers. Volunteers, that means free labor. You know, maybe they can do something like have those kettle drives and raise money that way. But the taxpayers are getting soaked. We need to lower our taxes. We really do. And you're going the right way if you lower the taxes rather than increase our taxes by 7%. You all represent the property owners too. And I believe in my heart, as a property owner, that by lowering the taxes, you'll better solve the problem of homelessness. And you'll show Anchorage, the people that own property, that you're really on their side. You're not trying to give money to an administration of groups. You know, Catholic Social Services, they do a fantastic job. The AIDS organizations, that's a good cause. But again, you need to realize that we're being overtaxed, and a better system should be in place rather than just raise our taxes and say, oh, well, that's the way it is. And hopefully, again, when we vote again, you'll be able to see this in property owners. My question is, I wonder how many homeless vote. You see? Well, anyway, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'll try your technique. My name is Neva Reese, R-E-E-C-E. I live in Mountain View. And when I hear a speaker like the last one, I really feel moved to stand. I want to tell you that I appreciate that I am able to pay taxes and support my community. I thank you for all your difficult deliberations and how to distribute those funds accordingly and appropriately. One thing I asked when I testified in front of the state legislature caucus was that they really stop and consider things they could do to strengthen our community as we're facing some really hard times. So I don't think it's so much that we need to cut or not spend money. We need to be careful how we spend it. We need to spend it in ways that will support the strengthening of community, and some of these things that have been brought before you this evening are those types of things. I would hope that Anchorage would take the lead in some really intelligent and creative thinking about how to use our funds in a way that will prepare us for more difficult times ahead. I'm not really that worried about taxes. I live in Alaska. I've lived other states. I've paid sales tax. I've paid state income tax. This is the first time I've been a property owner. I don't mind that such a really small amount of my income goes to you to support every service available to us in the city. It's amazing, and in all these past years to get a PFD, essentially living for nearly free. And when I hear people stand here and complain about taxes, I am ashamed and embarrassed that they don't understand how difficult other people have it in other places. We have been extremely fortunate. We have dodged a lot of bullets. Now it's time for us to take care of our communities and to stand up and be counted and pay our dues and be proud that we can do it. So, and I thank you for your work.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. I am Ron Alleva, A-L-L-E-V-A. I had to rush down here because I heard Lisa with Catholic Social Services, followed by Covenant House, followed by multiple nonprofits. I want to remind this assembly that I offered my property adjacent to the shelter, and it's an opportunity for the city to make a good investment long-term for the homeless. And if they're going to pay $260,000 for one-bedroom units for Housing First, I think we can do it a little cheaper. In fact, I'll offer my services not for $160,000 that the homeless coordinator's getting, but I'll do it for $159,000, just because I feel for the homeless. Also, I'd like to tell you, you're obviously aware that I ran for the assembly. And unfortunately, on the Saturday of the Black Forum, I was down at my office, instructed my workers, 5 workers, 2.5 hours, 3 trucks, 40-foot dumpster, picking up garbage of the homeless. Then I attended the Black Forum, and on the way back, I went, oh no, they're back under my trailers. And so when I stopped, I was going to go over and ask these homeless people to leave, except to my disgust and astonishment, I heard no, 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 no by a woman, and she was in the process of being sexually assaulted. Now, because I've had a gun pulled on me, and it's dangerous down there without security, I immediately called 911. And in my entire 42 years of calling the police, they showed up while I was on the phone. The gentleman got his pants back on, and he started to run away. And listen, those cops are fast on their feet. They don't need a bicycle. Hey, this was intense. But I gave my testimony, and I left. The issue here is Catholic Social Services has the money. They have Bishop's Attic in Fairview making $300,000 a year profit. They can get a security guard. Beans Cafe has a $2 million budget, no budget in that for a security guard, and they bought a building a block away with $1.5 million for Kids Kitchen, making 1,200 to 1,500 meals a day. And their facility is being limed and chlorinated because of fecal material. And this is disease, hepatitis, MRSA, and would you want your children eating one of those meals? Now, I'm open to questions, but before I go, the clerk had a good suggestion and put a clock there.
Please sum up.
Do you have a question?
No question. Thank you
I'll
for being
be
here.
back.
We know that. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter, P-O-T-T-E-R, and I couldn't let Mr. Alleva have the last word tonight. So I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Live, Work, Play Housing Committee through AADC, of which there is a significant number of volunteers that have
Can you pull the mic over a little bit so we can
lots
hear
of
you?
hours
Right.
in on behalf of trying to figure out how to provide housing at a better price for the community as one of our goals. Any cost that goes into a development project, whether it's single family or multifamily, gets passed on to the end user. One of the things that we identified after our Title 21 review and testimony to the Assembly, our second area of concern was infrastructure. Hopefully all of you received and held on to and maybe even read the white paper that was prepared by the Live Work Play Committee and voted on fully by Live Work Play and endorsed by AEDC to come forward with a stormwater utility multi-phase plan to determine whether or not a stormwater utility is the right thing for Anchorage, Alaska, and then work on a 3-phase program to get it implemented. As we indicated, we're asking for about $250,000. This may not be the time to get it, but I can tell you that over time, and as you get right here, sometimes you have to pay money to make money. And one of the previous speakers was very eloquent in her discussion about how sometimes we think we're getting taxed too high and all kinds of things. I don't want to get into that subject, but sometimes we have to pay a little bit of money to make sure that we're using our money correctly and wisely. And what Live Work Play and our committee has come up with in pushing the stormwater utility aspect is that this is an item that infrastructure is lacking. We have the state of Alaska with a stormwater system, the city of Anchorage with a stormwater system. They lack coordination, they're not sized properly, and ultimately the projects that come online have to pick up the cost of creating infrastructure, sometimes parallel to an existing system that isn't sized correctly, at great cost, which then gets added on to the consumer, which is having one of the impacts in the cost of housing in this town. As far as looking at it, I would love to see an effective, cost-effective, meaningful, well-planned stormwater utility system that actually looked at a blended hybrid system of natural systems and man-made systems. We can better the quality of life, we can reduce the cost of housing, we can have a fully funded stormwater system made up of natural and man-made components that operates better, does not work against Mother Nature, but with her for our benefit and savings, that will create open space, habitat, wonderful things to look at, green belts through town, and we'll have clean water in our streams and going out into the inlet. And if we ever get tagged by the NPDES program and permitting, much like our sewer system has always tried to get exemptions, if we get tagged by the federal government to make sure that our water quality in our streams going out into the inlet meets the requirements, it's approximately a $4 billion price tag. What we're pushing for is to make sure that we can get an operating system evaluated, determine if it's the right thing, like 1,800 other communities across the country have done, that gets a good, cost-effective system, gives us a quality, and benefits the entire community at a decent cost. We're spending money stupidly, and as taxpayers, we're actually borrowing money when we sell a bond to be able to fund our stormwater improvements and not adequately do it to boot. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton has a question.
Can I ask two?
Mr. Weddleton?
Can I get two at once, Madam Chair? It's okay. Just checking. So, Ms. Potter, so who takes care of our stormwater now?
Could you repeat that?
Who takes care of our stormwater now?
Who takes care of our stormwater now? Our roads and drainage section through Public Works does the cities. And the state of Alaska puts in stormwater systems primarily associated with their road surfaces for their roads, typically too high and not large enough to work with the adjacent properties.
So you know the hillside is working on a drainage authority right now. So if you did not have to look at the hillside for this, would this decrease the amount of money you need?
Possibly, but you know, I don't want to tell you this because I know you already know it. Water runs downhill, and we do have 27 drainage basins in the city of Anchorage, and this should go from the ridge line down to the ocean. And that's the only prudent thing to do because where you live, your water comes down to where I live and goes through my yard. And that's why we need to look at this holistically, and it's the only way that will create the true benefit to the entire community long term. So your question is, will it reduce the cost? You might reduce the cost a little bit at the start. We're asking for the $250,000 to do an examination of best practices, what's going on around the country right now, and other systems that have been implemented to make sure that it actually is the right thing for Anchorage to do. So.
Anything else, Mr. Middleton?
So we've spent $50,000 on the hillside so far, and we've gotten quite a bit done.
Mm-hmm.
Could you start with $50,000?
Anything would be a start. It doesn't. We believe basically talking to the other leaders in the industry across the country that have done this, that it is probably going to be close to $200,000 to $250,000 to do this. And it's not something you want to do in a piecemeal fashion. So if you want to sneak up on this, so to speak, I would suggest that you try and make money available for the fourth quarter of this year with a commitment for a second half in the first quarter of next year, so that that contract, once let, can run all the way through to completion so we can get on with this. The sooner that this is determined that we're going to go forward or not will be a savings to the overall community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Trainee has a question.
Thank you. Tim, looking at Honolulu, they're being assessed about $4 billion now to improve their sewage system. And my fear is that's going to happen to Anchorage. The feds are going to say, we're not treating it the way you're doing it. You're going to have to do what Hawaii's doing with their tertiary system. And that's so cost prohibitive. So we'll take a look and see what we can do to help you with it.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. We have in front of us about 7 proposed assembly amendments, and I'm going to start with number 1. It's being submitted by Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Croft, Mr. Weddles, and who would like to speak to it? Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If the members who opposed Amendments 1 and 2 would do me the courtesy of offering Amendment 3 first, I think it can help shape the conversation in a way that's a little more constructive as we move forward. But I yield to the fact that they're in the queue ahead of me.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dunbar.
So actually, I was hoping that we could perhaps hear Amendment 6 first, if that's possible, the 4As.
I'll bring it forward.
To allow those members the members of the public to perhaps leave. Forgive me, I don't know the process yet for the order of the amendments.
I'll bring it.
Mr. Dunbar, that's fine. Mr. Trainee is willing to go with Amendment number 1 first, and that's the one we'll take up. Mr. Trainee.
Amendment 6.
What I want to do is move Amendment number 6 forward first. This is $75,000. What this will do is help the 4As get through this interim funding they need. They're not asking for permanent funding. They're asking for an interim.
Second.
My concern is these people are going to be put out on the street on 1 June. This is a population group that we do not want them out there.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Go ahead.
Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar, you can get in the queue, and after Mr. Starr, he was
Dunbar
next.
seconded it.
I tried to second it, but Eric hit the
He didn't
button,
second it.
so he got to second it.
Okay. You want to get in the queue and speak after Mr. Starr? Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, there's about $730,000 in your budget dedicated to what we call the Community Grants Program. And I didn't hear in December what your procedure was going to be for the overall applications of that and when you felt that you would commit all of those dollars. So I would like an answer on how the $730,000 grant program is going to be administered, perhaps the current balance of monies that have not been appropriated, and when you feel they'll all be expensed.
Mr. Chairman, Assemblyman Starr, I can start, and we may need folks from the Mayor's office staff to comment on this as well in the specific numbers. But the vast majority of the funds have been allocated and assigned, and many of those grants have actually been processed and are out the door. I don't know whether there are funds yet to be dispersed. There are, and yeah, I'm going to ask Suzanne Fleet Green to comment on that. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
back to the process before Suzanne speaks a little bit. Is it a formal application process? They sit down with you and a proposal from a program development perspective, and there's a committee, or how are you selecting the grant allocations is also helpful for me.
Sure.
So
And-
if
and-
he has the answer on how much money is unappropriated out of your grant program, that'd be helpful to know.
To answer that question through the chair, there's, within the mayor's grants, they're divided into two pots of money, one that are community grants and one that's arts grants. The community grants, well, for both, there is a formal proposal. They apply online through our website. The arts grants are actually reviewed by the Arts Commission, and they make recommendations to the mayor of who gets funded for those. The community grants, we do have an internal group of reviewers that assess the grants and then make recommendations to the mayor of who gets awarded those. This year in 2016, there are still some outstanding grants that need to be allocated, and that's because we're waiting for people to turn in their reports from the end of the year of 2015. They're required to do a report to the mayor's office, and those were supposed to be turned in by March 31st. Some of them have not yet been turned in, and so we're not awarding their 2016 grant until we receive those.
So is the money all, is there discretionary funds? Typically, there is availability through the mayor's office for other programs that crop up throughout the year. Is there, are you saying all of that $730,000 that we put in the original budget in December is committed?
It has been committed, yes. It has not all been dispersed, but it has been committed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Domboski, do you have a question for Ms. Fleet Green?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, with the community grants and the arts grants, what is the breakdown? Like, how much goes to each pot?
It's about 50-50.
Thank you.
Let me clarify. There is $136K, I believe that's correct, to the arts grants. I don't administer those. That's done by another staff person in our office, but that's about the right amount.
So it's not 50-50,
No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's about $136,000.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fleet Green. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Dunbar.
So I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment, Mr. Trainey's amendment. Are we at the appropriate time?
Yes, sir.
And I apologize that I'm still learning the procedures here. Had I known how to do it, I would have been a co-sponsor for this amendment. I would have signed on if this had been the legislature. I think it's exceedingly valuable. I think it's a very valuable program. I believe it'll save us money in the long term because displaced people will not consume as many emergency services, will not have to be rehoused. And in general, I think it's the smart and moral thing to do. And so I intend to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And yes, it's the appropriate time. Mr. Trainey had a comment?
Madam Clerk, would you please let the minutes reflect that Mr. Dunbar was one of the co-sponsors of this amendment? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey.
Take care of any time.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Dunbar, any other comments before we vote on this amendment? Please vote.
Came up on balance. It's approved 11 to 1.
That was approved 10-1. Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Okay, if nobody objects, I would take Mr. Flynn's subjection, not subjection, I'm sorry.
Is that like a solid
Mr. Flynn's suggestion and take amendment number 3 if there's no objection to do that. And it looks like there isn't, so we're going to take up Mr. Flynn's amendment number 3. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 3.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. So, with your leave, Madam Chair, I'd like to be broaden the topic just a little bit for a few minutes as we start wading into these next 3 amendments, and this one specifically. We've got a bit of a quandary in front of us in that we have a surplus from 2015, which is great news. I think we are more or less unified in that we would like to provide some form of tax relief using at least a portion of those dollars. The difficulty is we have to set the mill levy tonight, which means we have to determine the amount of money that we may or may not return to taxpayers without full knowledge. because there are fund sources that we do not yet know what the level will be. It's also worth reminding folks that, we talk about the tax cap, and at this body, we usually talk about the piece of the tax cap that comes to fund municipal services, but of course, there's only one tax cap, and it also is our local contribution to the school district. And we don't know what potential impacts their budget may have based on deliberations over which we have no control. So there are a lot of ways to approach this. Mine is this, and I refer to it as the down payment plan, where we transfer surplus dollars into the municipal trust. The reason I think that's a good idea is twofold. First, it's long-term tax relief. These funds will help offset property taxes year after year after year if we choose this course of action. The second reason I think it's wise is it provides an opportunity for further tax relief in 2017 should those dollars that we don't refund tonight ultimately not be needed. So we're making a down payment to our constituency that we are committed to helping reduce their tax burden. Here's our first step, and we leave the option open for future steps as the year moves forward. So I apologize, it's a little bit broader discussion than the specifics of the amendment, but I felt it was important within the context of the other offerings that I expect to come up later. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues.
No apology necessary. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Harris, Mr. Falsey, how easy is it for us to move the money out of there if we need to? Let's say we move the $2 million now, but we have an emergency later.
There's some restrictions.
How easy is it for us to move it back out of there?
There's some restrictions.
Through the chair, the trust fund is protected by the charter. And section 13.11b1 says, the corpus or a portion of the corpus of the trust shall be maintained in perpetuity as an endowment. Any use of the corpus or portion of the corpus, separate from the controlled spending policy which allows you to spin off a dividend, may only be used for purposes approved by a majority of voters voting on a ballot proposition in a regular or special election.
So that's
Okay. Thank you.
I actually read
Thank
that
you, Mr.
before I-
Falsey. Mr. Weddleton.
A question for Mr. Flynn. So you said that there may be able to do more tax relief later on in the year. If we're able, how would that be done?
Well, this sort of gets into the details of your amendment, Mr. Weddleton. It's very difficult, actually, after tonight to do tax relief. So the way we would do it, in my mind, is in setting the 2017 budget, we would use those funds not employed for either tax relief or spending tonight to reduce taxes in 2017. That's, like I said, this is my down payment plan, giving us the opportunity to revisit this in the fourth quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate Mr. Flynn's savings nature here. I mean, we're all very concerned about what's going to happen in Juneau and what money we're going to need. And I think, across this whole platform, everyone has that concern. I will oppose this simply because of the fact that it does put that money that is tied up, it's inaccessible. It does, I guess, arguably provide tax relief in the sense that by the earnings we get off of the trust fund, there's less that we have to tax for because we have that money. It's pretty incremental. We're faced with the choice tonight of this $15 million, and we have three options. We can save it, we can spend it, or we can return it to the taxpayers. I think if we take this $2 million chunk and put it in the trust, it makes either spending it or returning it to the taxpayers that much more difficult. So there are other items, there are some of the spending items and actually some of the return to the taxpayer items that I think are better suited to handle this money this time. So, you know, I would consider this amendment at the end, perhaps, if it turns out we get through all the spending and the potential return to the taxpayer, and there's still money on the table that we prefer to put into the trust as opposed to leaving in fund balance. I think that would make sense. But as the First Amendment out of the block, I think taking $2 million off the table before the discussion on the others is just not a good idea. So I'd have to oppose this.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
That the criticism that Member Evans and Member Traney had, that it's hard to spend, it's taken off the table, is what I like about it. It does provide long-term, forever maybe, tax relief at a 4 to 5% rate, and I understand. I think 5% is sustainable in the long term. I understand why 4% was chosen, but that's $100,000 a year forever, and that's a significant help. In a good year, and we're discussing Amendment 3 specifically, but making reference to 1 and 2 sort of by reference, I'd like to do all 3 of these, right? In a year where the state were not in a fiscal crash, free fall, to some extent by external circumstances, some extent of its own making. If we were without that hanging over our head, with $15 million of surplus, you could say put 2 in savings, put 5 in tax relief right now, and 5 in tax relief pending looking at things. That might be a prudent thing to do. I'm worried with the situation we have, that we're going to be faced with the choice of these, and this gives guaranteed long-term tax relief. And so, and it does it at a prudent level. It's one that doesn't break our budget, but puts it away in our permanent fund. And so, for the very reasons I think that have been mentioned in opposing it, I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Flynn. I was wondering if you could walk us through what effect this would have on the tax cap. Thank you.
This would not affect the tax cap, Mr. Peterson. It's simply taking monies that we already have in hand and moving it to the trust. What it would do in future years is diminish the tax need for the municipality, and I guess if you think of it in that term, future tax caps would drop because we're pulling less money in via revenues. But that's a pretty, that wouldn't be a dramatic impact on the tax cap one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Peterson, anything further? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Evans.
I apologize for going twice, Madam Chair.
You can go 3 times, Mr. Evans, and then that's it.
Precedent has been set, yes. But I'll make this brief. I just want to respond. I mean, it's Mr. Croft's comments that this is providing tax relief. That is the equivalent of everybody saying they're fiscal conservative these days. Everybody's a fiscal conservative. This is providing tax relief. The reality is the situation we're in is that we passed the budget in November, which already raises property taxes by 7% in this coming year. The property taxpayers haven't been hit by that yet. They're going to get that when they get their budgets. Most of them don't even know that we've done that. They may have seen some things in the paper. It's not the reality yet. So the idea that we're putting $2 million in the trust fund and the interest off that is going to provide tax relief when we're actually increasing taxes by 7% is a very slender thread. I think, and I'll make the arguments when we get to the other amendments, that there is a more imperative case and a responsible way to provide that tax relief that everybody says they want to do. But I just think doing this $2 million as this First Amendment takes a lot of options off the table. So I would, if nothing else, I would delay this to the end. But I'd have to say no if we have to vote on it now.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There's a couple of points here.
Mr. Evans mentioned that there are 3 choices. There are 4 choices. And the 4th choice is we can wait. And that's what I would urge this body to do, is wait before it makes a decision. Because we do not know what is coming our way. And the prudent course under these circumstances is to be prepared for whatever contingencies can come our way. This may well be an attractive option when we know what happens in Juneau. It may well be that we decide to follow Mr. Flynn's choice here, but we don't know right now. And waiting seems to me to be the prudent course, and I would urge the body to do that. The second thing I'd mention is that I've heard repeated reference this evening to the 6.7% tax revenue increase. And instead of perpetrating the idea to the people of Anchorage that it is a tax increase, we ought to remind people that it is in large measure due to the growth of this city, the expansion of the tax base. And I just encourage people to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I've got another wrench I would like to throw into the mix. The school district capital budget in terms of schools, bonds, if you will. And I know Mr. Croft and probably Mr. Abbott both have views on how they're going to deal with that when they have emergency situations, how much flexibility they have to deal with issues. They are a part of the municipality. Do we need to do something in that regard? I know I'm a little bit off point in the specific amendment, but I guess I'd like to have somebody address that, either Mr. Abbott, Mr. Croft, or somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Would anybody like to address that?
What was the question?
Mr.
Madam Chairman, Assemblyman Steele, off the top of my head, I don't know whether a city contribution to the school district's capital program would be considered a contribution of the sort that is limited by state law regarding the cap on local support. So that would probably take some evaluation on our part to examine that possibility. Off the top of my head, I don't know, and I see I'm looking at the municipalities, or excuse me, the school district's budget director, and I don't think it's something that either of us have thought about in the past. So I don't think we can give you a useful answer right now, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Steele, anything else? Thank you,
Nope,
Mr.
thank you.
Steele. Mr. Starr.
I served as Budget and Finance Chair through a fair number of challenges, including when Mr. Begich, as mayor, left to go to higher office, and Mr. Clayman came and announced to this body that we were significantly short of revenue. We were in that budget cycle into deficit spending. Luckily, that's not where we are here. We have sort of a tough problem to have here. We developed the budget, we hashed it all out starting in October and approved it. And I'm happy there's new members here to sort of flesh out budgets in new ways as we come into the next budget cycle. What this cycle is right now is making sure how well did we do then. It also has a big impact, meaning how well did we do in December, not how well did we handle the deficit back in those other days. But I started that conversation because I've sort of seen it all. We've seen challenges. I sent some of my other fellow members a tax rebate concept that I had several years ago about waiting and sending a check back to those folks. And it can be done legislatively. It can be done procedurally. So I'm happy to entertain all of the things, but I think it's helpful to put the problem, if you want to call it that, in context. And that means we have a balanced budget with additional revenues available. So the idea that we're going to perhaps ease up on taxpayers or we're going to spend more, we're going to posture it in a savings account till we hear, is weighed through my observation through what do we know and what don't we know. And so I also want to feel like, what do we know? What we know is that certainly the state's in challenges of their own through their revenue streams. But what we don't know is how that affects us. What we do know is how it's affected us in the past. And quite frankly, in our budget book, which I hope all the new members got and others, we're dependent on state revenue for two categories as I have seen it through my experience. We're significantly dependent on the state to help us in capital resource projects, capital development. And we position those in a capital budget, which just so happens we didn't do that this year. We put it all in the port. In years past, we've been very, very dependent on the state, and they've been very good with us. The legislators somewhere down there said, here, fix the port, do this roof, build this road. I'll lighten it up a little bit, build that tennis court, or not. So the state money is huge in the capital stuff that we do for our roads. We are very dependent on the ability to repave International, repave Minnesota, repave Northern Lights, repave the Old Glen, repave the Glen Highway in a capital program. This budget doesn't address capital spending. It's not that. We're dependent on the state. Last year, we were dependent on the state for revenue sharing. That's a big number if you look at it from their perspective, not from this budget. This budget's $470-some million. The year before it was $14 million. This year's budget in December, we were anticipating getting $9 million. So when we say, well, let's wait to see what the state does, we already know the state's in trouble with the capital program. That's not in front of us right now. We don't need to wait to see what the state's going to do because we never anticipated huge money coming from the state to support this budget. So if there's a case to be made that somehow or another the state's going to announce that X is going to happen, I worry about that, certainly, but not from the perspective of this budget. In this budget on page 3-7, we say we're expecting $9.2 million. The total combined state revenue contribution to the entire budget of $479 million is $12 million. That's what I believe we're looking for. Will other revenues be affected by a downturn economy? That's a totally different issue. Will we see a reduction in hotel motel? Will we see all the other taxes that we collect and revenue streams? That, folks, is how we got in trouble the last time, as we over-anticipated how much revenue we were going to get from sources outside of the state. And we're not in that position right now. Our revenue director sits out there. He does a great job. He hits these target revenue streams. In fact, we adjusted hotel motel because they're going to come and visit us. We're on it. We got our revenues figured out, except for Juneau, but why wait? Address the problems I started the conversation with. The problem we have is we have a surplus of dollars that happened from last year. We're balancing our budget. Focus the conversation. Waiting on the state to tell us what they're going to do with revenue sharing really isn't an issue. If anything, then use the surplus gap to close the gap on the revenue sharing shortfall, and you really have not a big issue. You have $1.2 million flux on a $479 million budget. Really, it's just put it in perspective. Waiting on the state, certainly we're going to have to hear how they're going to help us with our capital projects. Certainly we're going to have to do that, but we can't take operating dollars and do capital projects. That's not the way it works. So focus the problem. We are going to have a capital deficiency next year, capital programs, infrastructure breakdowns, all of that, I bet you. But that's not what we're facing right now. We'll be able to deliver the service products to the departments in this budget relatively easy. I think move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans.
Third time's the charm, I promise.
Okay.
I just want to respond to the mayor. I certainly have tremendous respect for his concern and his willingness to advocate the position of waiting. That's fine. I think that is sensible and prudent, and I'm glad he has that. But I'd be completely fine with that, and I'll sign on to that right now. But what's before us tonight is actually spending $7 million of that $15 million surplus. If we want to wait and see, let's wait with all of it except whatever's emergency that we have to spend. And I would agree to that. And we can see what the state does and then do whatever we can do after that. That's fine. But we're spending half of it, not waiting with that half. And that's the part that concerns me.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Reddleton?
I'd like to maybe add a little bit to what Mr. Starr said. There is some more unknowns from the state. We can see that it's not just what they directly allocate to Anchorage, but how they affect their departments. And we can see how cuts to the state troopers led them to abrogate their responsibilities on Turnagain Arm and Girdwood, and that's costing the Girdwood community up to $600,000 a year. And I expect that's just the start. I mean, the state does lots of other services within the municipality, and they may choose to tell us to take care of those. And it could be, as you pointed out, roads, perhaps road maintenance. It could be DEC and their watching community wells. There's a whole number of things like that. So there are substantial unknowns out there that we won't know for several months until we see what the state departments do to react to their budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Flynn, I have a comment. It's not debate, so I can remain in my seat. No. Mr. Evans, I believe, suggested that we deal with the other amendments before we deal with yours. Would you have a problem with that? And if you don't, you can withdraw your motion. If you do, we can vote on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your asking the question. I'd prefer to do this first. I'd rather make sure we're saving some money to provide long-term relief before we make other decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one else in the queue. Let's vote. Well, that failed. 5-6. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at the first two amendments, I think there's a fundamental question whether we want to try to do tax relief now or whether we want to do it later. I think for the way my mind works, I think the first question is there a majority of members who want to do it now? The second question would be if there's a majority of members who want to do it later. So if it's okay, I'd like to take Amendment 2 first. Yeah, that's a motion.
Any objection to taking Amendment number 2 first? Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Croft? Your amendment is number 1. Do you object to taking 2 first? It's up to you, really. Mr. Starr?
Did Amendment 2 get moved then?
Yes.
So am I first in the queue to speak to it? I was, I guess. I would want the maker to speak to it first, so I put myself in the queue with the anticipation that he would call on him first, but...
The question was there any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
okay.
I asked the question, was Amendment number 2 moved?
No, it was moved, but I also asked if there was any objection to moving Amendment number 2 first, and I really didn't get any response. So with that said, Amendment number 2 is on the floor.
Can I defer my position in the queue to hear Mr. Evans, though, and speak after him?
Actually, you're not in the queue right now. Mr. Evans is, but you can get in the queue. Thank you. Mr. Evans.
You called on me, Madam Chair. I thought I'd answer when you called on me. That's all.
Yeah, you're not here now. You're not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, some of this discussion we've had with the last debate, we are faced with a situation where we do have this money that is left over from last year, which is to the credit of the administration, it's the credit of everybody in the city that helped make that happen, and to some fortunate situations that we benefit from as well. I am not of the mindset, we hear a lot of people talking about what we should do with this surplus. I am not of the philosophy that we have to give it back to the people, it's their money, and if we have anything extra, you have to give it back. I don't think that's necessarily the responsible thing to do. There are certainly times when it is more prudent and better management for us to actually spend that money that's left over. There are projects which need addressing. Giving the money back in relief is not always the best course of government, and I don't always support that. Similarly, I am not of the mindset that we have to spend it because people don't want this little bit of tax rebate. I've heard from both sides to say, please keep my taxes, don't give it back to me, it's not going to make that much. We've heard people here talking about how they personally are happy to provide that tax for the city, and that's great. We have all kinds across the city, people who desperately want that money back, people who are willing to give it up. The problem we are faced with tonight with $15 million in hand, and it's a good problem to have. I'm sure Juneau would like to have that problem. is that, as the mayor says, we have a tax revenue increase. The exact percentage is going to vary from individual to individual depending where they live, and that's yet to be determined by the mill rate. But I think to the extent we are going to spend any of this, and the administration has proposed spending about $7 million of that extra money, I think that creates a concomitant obligation to try to provide relief. We're going to spend some of this because it needs to be spent. There's things that need to be done. But also we have to be mindful of where this money came from. And I think one of the problems, at least that I've noticed in our discussions about what the state is going to do, we get all up in arms really quick because the state's talking about eliminating revenue sharing, or it's messing with the PERS and TERS calculation that's going to affect the municipality and its money directly. And that's when we start sending letters and getting all worked up because, you know, we've got to balance the budget and they're messing with it. The reality is they can do a lot of things down there, including messing with the permanent fund, reducing that, adding an income tax, doing all sorts of revenue enhancements that won't affect our budget as a municipality directly, but will affect the people who are paying our budget. If there is a permanent fund reduction, if there's an income tax, the people in our city are going to take a hit. The private sector is going to take a hit. And we have to be, I think, equally mindful of that dilemma as we are of the concern about whether revenue sharing is going to drop by, up to $9 million and affect our budget like it's, our money, when the reality is no matter what Juneau does, the people that are actually going to be impacted are the citizens of Anchorage, either directly or through their property tax to us. Accordingly, I think it's an obligation that if we're going to spend a dime of this money, we make equal effort to try to return some of that money to the citizens. I'm not saying return it all. I'm not saying not spend it all. But I think it's so much easier for government to spend money than it is to return it. And that's the opposite of what it should be. I mean, it should be hard to spend other people's money, and unfortunately that's not the case. So I have proposed a $5 million of this $15 million for tax relief. And I share the concerns of the mayor and others on this body about what impact that's going to have on the tax cap next year, because it will have an impact. If you do tax relief, you do impact the tax cap next year. So going forward, I think that this body has to constantly have in mind that taxes are a 2-year window. Anytime you do anything with the tax cap, which mostly giving tax relief, you have to think in terms of 2 years. So if we provide $5 million in tax relief, we have to acknowledge that next year the tax cap base is going to be $5 million lower than it would be otherwise. And you have to have a contingency, you have to have a plan, you have to have some idea of how you're going to deal with that. Now, the tax cap grows organically every year based on CPI, growth in the city, valuations. So you don't have to provide dollar for dollar. You don't, $5 million in tax relief doesn't create a $5 million hole, but it creates a little bit of a hole next year. So my proposal is to spend $5 million on tax relief, at the same time trying to keep, I'd say, approximately $2 to $3 million just in fund balance, so that when next year rolls around, next fall rolls around, when we're doing next year's budget, we will have that money to take care of any gap that occurs because of the reduction we made in the tax cap. And there may not be one, and then we could spend that money on something else. But as long as you look 2 years out, anytime you do tax relief, you should be able to manage the tax cap. We operated on this, Proposition 8 didn't change the world. It just went back to the way it had been done previously, and it's been managed for a long time that way. But the Assembly has to be smart. And I've talked for a long time, but I do believe that we should make an effort, if we're going to spend any of this money, to have some of it go back to the citizens of Anchorage. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Yeah, it took a while, but I got it, and I think you're right. You know, the other thing is it helps for those that have used the language to understand the formula of the tax cap. And Mayor's already said it, when you have a healthy economy, your assessments, not your assessed value necessarily, but new construction assessments, homes that weren't here last year add to your tax base this year, commercial buildings that pay taxes add to your tax base for next year and generate more revenue. So it's not just an increase in your assessments that you know, we've all seen those too, thank goodness, but it's the increase in the assessed value that grows a community, and that's a sign of a healthy community, is when your assessed values are going up as well as your assessments. So I think we've seen that all occur several years ago, and those that weren't here, or even last year, I'll use that example, we didn't tax to the cap last year. We were $3 or $4 million underneath, 3.8 actually, and the tax cap opportunity to grow this year grew almost $18 million. So even without taxing to the cap last year, the taxing capacity increased by 18 million just because of the formula. So that's sort of the baseline for all this conversation. In an elementary sense, too, what we have is it's always helpful to say, what's the question in front of the Assembly? Well, right now, the immediate question is this amendment. But the bigger question is, can we pass the mayor's budget, AR 2016-104? So here's my question, Mr. Wilbur. I don't see Marilyn around because she's great with numbers, but
Marilyn's here.
Yes. So here you go. If this amendment passes, the $5 million, can we still pass the mayor's budget as proposed?
Yes.
How much money is left over if this passes and we pass the mayor's budget?
We would have in fund balance, assuming that's where this savings would come from, roughly $10 million.
Still?
Yes.
After this tax relief incentive comes to be?
Correct.
Minus what we spent, the $75,000 tonight. We grew the budget by $75,000. So.
That's correct as well.
Yeah. Pardon, Mr. Pardon? I didn't hear.
He said so far.
I get you. But it shouldn't. Okay. So, I mean, here's the illustration, folks, is it still works. It's a math problem. It still works. And so the idea that all of a sudden we have to spend that extra $10 million, which it is now down to Mr. Wilbur, if this amendment passes, it's down to 10. Do we have to? Everybody wins. Tax relief, they see a good faith effort to do that. Money stays in the bank. We still get that opportunity to say, hey, Juneau didn't do their thing for us come July or August. This is a good way to do business. Less cumbersome than the next one if this one fails. It's not easy to rebate after the tax bills and the collections occur. It can be done, but there's a much cleaner way to do it is right now when it's still a math problem. We haven't sent the tax bills out. Let's send them out lower. Let's send them out $5 million lower. Thank you.
Mr. Starr. Mr. Croft?
Thank you. For the administration, what is the current PERS on behalf payment? I know it from the school district perspective, TERS and PERS, but I don't know it from us. If they stopped paying that, what's the impact?
So through the chair, Assemblymember Croft, are you asking the number on the dollar amount that was contributed to PERS or the percentage?
Dollar amount. So what would be the impact if they stopped making those on behalf payments?
I have the figure, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up.
An order of magnitude?
Millions.
I suspected millions. Wait, Madam Chair, the amount, the impact of state decisions this year and over the years to come is not limited to the capital budget nor to municipal assistance and revenue sharing. There is a multitude of ways. Mr. Weddleton identified a medium-sized one that hit his area particularly hard and that we're going to deal with, but it does in great, medium, and small ways. And that is really the crux of what we're asking with the combination, again, of these two amendments. Do you feel so comfortable with what they might do that you're willing right now to take away the room? Or do you want to do for the same figure something when you have more information? I thought we could do $2 million into our savings and $5 million one of these two ways, and that we'd have this debate. I do not think we can do both of the 5 millions. And it just does not seem prudent with everything that is going on and the multitude of ways that this city can get impacted by decisions that have not been made yet, for us to do it now. So for that reason, I'll be voting no here, but finding another way to try and give that 5 million of relief.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar.
Because Mr. Starr mentioned the amendment that myself and Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Croft has introduced, another $5 million attempt at tax relief, I think I'll speak a little bit about it now and then perhaps a little more expansively once we actually have it up. I believe that our amendment achieves or potentially achieves tax relief in a more responsible fashion because of the unknowns of the state, but also because it is more targeted. It is more targeted to residential properties, and I believe to working and middle-class families who might be impacted by any change to the PFD that Juneau foists upon us. So for that reason, I believe I will be voting no against this amendment, but hopefully we will provide some tax relief when our amendment comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Evans, I just want to make clear. So basically, this would take $10 million off the table for this year, right? $5 million is direct tax relief. $5 million goes in fund balance, but we commit to not touching that until next year. Is that correct?
The idea of keeping something in fund balance to address next year's budget is true, whether that's $5 million or not. I don't think it takes it off the table, but I just think the Assembly has to be cognizant of the fact that you don't want to give amounts in tax relief that do cause a hole in the tax cap. I don't think this does, but having something set aside in case the state waxes somewhere else, that you have a couple $1 million, I think. Like Mr. Starr said, normally the growth should take care of $5 million, but in case it doesn't, you want something to be able to plug any holes, I would think. The specific amount I don't have in mind. It's whatever is going to be left over.
May I speak to that specific point, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Certainly, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, so just my interpretation of this, Mr. Weddleton, is presuming the budget passes as amended, and maybe we do one or two more amendments, you'd see about $7.5 million in new spending, about $5 million in relief, which leaves you about $2.5 million in fund balance, rough numbers. And that's the number that Mr. Evans is referring to for next year, dealing with the reduction in tax capacity that would entail from passage of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Traney, do you have...
Madam Chair, we normally have an hour for debate. How much longer do we have on this particular item?
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Yes, and for those who don't know, the code requires that debate lasts an hour, but we can extend that hour by a motion. We have 4 minutes left. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Traney. Mr. Mayor.
We have the benefit of living in changing times. And to act as if things tomorrow are going to be the way they were yesterday ignores the reality that the fiscal system in Juneau is broken, and they're not going to put it back together. We here in Anchorage need to make sure that the fiscal system that we are responsible for is able to mesh with the system that they develop there. And that requires us to have a measure of flexibility. We shouldn't presume that the decisions they make in Juneau are going to be just like the ones they've made in the past, except maybe slightly smaller budgets. If there are changes to the permanent fund, if there's taxes that are imposed, if there's a shift of responsibilities, then that impacts what we do and how we afford it. And consequently, though I'm in favor of finding some way of returning a significant sum to the taxpayers here, I think it's precipitous to move on this particular amendment at this time. And I would gather that there's probably a consensus amongst those of us who are here today about the amount of what that number should be. Our argument is a question of timing, as Ms. Demboski pointed out. And I would urge us to go slow and wait. I mean, in some ways, they have to move first. And if we wait, we reduce our vulnerabilities. If we wait, then we do a better job of protecting Anchorage's interests. And I think that's what we're here to do. It's not just a question of getting tax relief back to taxpayers as quickly as possible. It's a question of fulfilling our responsibility to make sure that Anchorage is protected as best we can protect it. We just don't know what Juneau's going to do. And if the behavior down there of the last few months is any indication, they're capable of anything. It's a fairly capricious place right now. I don't think they know what they're going to do. And we have the ability to go slow, to take our time, and to get things right. We also, I think, and I'm really impressed with the quality of debate here, have the opportunity to show them by example what real fiscal leadership is all about. And I would urge us to act accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. Cherney, before we move on, I need a motion to extend the debate.
Move to extend the debate for 10 minutes on this particular amendment to this item.
Mr. Cherney, we have several amendments to go, so would you extend the amount of time, please, in your motion?
Okay, Madam Chair, motions for half an hour extension.
Thank you, Mr. Cherney. We have a second. Okay, excellent. Mr. Wilbur.
What would the next time be?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The mayor mentioned one of the items I wanted to bring to the Assembly as this budget amendment adjustment gets approved for 2016. In about a month and a half, we're going to start looking into 2017, and it would be nice if we had the ability to know, to make sure that we had all the options available as we look into 17. So that's one. And the other item I just want to mention, I think many Assembly members have mentioned that we're adding $7 million into this budget. I just want to point out that about $3 million of that $7 is included based on voter-approved initiatives or increases in professional contracts, and about 500 or 600,000 of that is marijuana. So, we are adding more to the spend. That's a $7 million, and then the balance of that are things that many of you are aware of that we've briefed you. Vote by mail, homelessness. We've heard some testimony on that. Building up the IT department. So, I just want folks to recognize that 3 of the 7 is things that the voters have asked us to do, and we are obliged to include those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. What's your name again?
Wilbur.
Wilbur. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address briefly 2 points. One was Mr. Dunbar's point about their upcoming amendment, and in case people are weighing one against the other, which I think is natural at this point. I think there are concerns. I certainly appreciate and the effort that was made and the intention behind Mr. Dunbar's, Mr. Croft's, and Mr. Weddleton's amendment, because they're sort of embodying the discussion that we've had that, okay, let's give this tax relief, but let's be prudent about it. Let's wait to a time certain when the state's done. I think there's problems with the amendment itself in the sense that it is really an expression of an intention without any real action, because it says depending on availability of funds and fund balance, but it doesn't say what happens, what amount of funds have to be in there in order to trigger it. I'm afraid if we just pass that as it is, it wouldn't do anything, because there'll be funds. There's always going to be funds and fund balance. It's just a matter of how much. I think you would have to amend that in order to make it more specific and make it an actual action. And again, I just want to reiterate. I'll just go back and forth with the mayor on this. I agree with him, but I think that if it's too precipitous to provide this money in tax relief, it's equally too precipitous to provide this money in the spending. And to Mr. Wilbur's comment, maybe that's only $4 million as opposed to $7 million. But whatever the amount is, they're equally precipitous at this point, and equally ill-advised if there is a concern about the state's spending. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Dombosky?
Thank you. And I can tell I'm going to become the interpreter for all the attorneys up here. So precipitous, as one attorney told me, means fast. They're moving too fast. But Mr. Weddleton, to your point, the answer to your question is no. See, and it didn't take me 5 minutes to tell you. The amendment is for $5 million. That doesn't mean it's $10 million. All Mr. Evans was trying to say is if you reduce the tax cap by $5 million next year, this year, it reduces by $5 million next year. However, as he also pointed out, because of natural growth, or Mr. Starr pointed it out, because of natural growth, the tax cap grew $18 million this year. So it's not a $10 million amendment, it's a $5 million amendment. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Starr.
I've learned to take this really serious. This job is hard because of the next item, which we have to do. And those that haven't done it before will get to do it. And that isn't a lecture. That's the problem with sort of this attitude of waiting, is that after we approve the next item, which is setting the mill rate, the tax bills go out, and people get them. And their mortgage company gets them, or however it works, they get that notice in the mail saying, hey, we're going to collect another $33 this month, or we're going to collect another $38 this month. So the problem with sort of that cautious nature is that it's painful for those that still have to write that check, that still are demanded by June 15th and August 16th to get their money to the city. On a whim and a prayer that we might do something later, they still are obligated to write that check, and it's going to be more than it was last year by a significant amount of money. That is the hard part of all of this, is that I agree with you, Mayor. I'd love to have the uncertainty financial picture figured out before we get too far down the road, but then hold the tax bills. We borrowed $120 million already under a short-term loan to fund the city's operations until taxes flow in. Then wait a little bit longer and don't send the tax bills out yet. If that's the prudence, purposes, nature of hurrying, is so that we all have that financial picture. Regretfully, we don't. City trucks roll tomorrow, employees show up for work. We've got to do all the things that go into that. It is a different Juneau. It is that, but it's not necessarily a different city today. It won't be next week, and we're well protected with the idea of $500 million in the bank, a good fiscal plan that heads that. Will we have problems next year? Yes, absolutely. I started all my conversation about the 9. I had to deal with $33 million shortfall. That was a surprise. We made that. We're a growing community. I'm not here to short-circuit the conversation, but you have to acknowledge that the next action item we're going to do is very, very painful. And if you don't give some back to them with other than a promise, and it's not offense to that promise, I agree with it, they still have to write the check. They're still obligated to it. And if we debate in September or October to give it back, these people are not going to be happy with us. They need to hear from us now what our commitment's going to be. And so I'm passionate about the $5 million certainty, because they're already going to see a bigger check written, even with this, even giving back a $5 million tax relief. They're going to write a bigger check and do that to a fixed incomer, do that to somebody that just lost their job, do that to somebody that's being hammered in all other aspects of their life increases. And it's very hard. So I think now is the time to give this certainty back. And I'll shut up, but it's very painful what we do next, and that's we bill these people.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no one else in the queue. The motion before us is to provide $5 million of immediate property tax relief. Please vote. That amendment fails 5-6. Okay, next we're going to go back to amendment number 1, offered by Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Croft, and Mr. Weddleton. Whoever would like to speak to that first, please be my guest. Mr. Dunbar.
Ma'am, do we need a motion?
You'd want to make the motion for us to move.
So I move Amendment 1.
Amendment number 1 for
Move to
us.
approve.
Sorry. I pushed the button.
Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And we had a brief discussion of this one during the last one. And the reason I vacillated on how I was going to vote on the last one is because I know I can't vote for this one. I appreciate the sentiment, and I like the targeting. I think that's well thought out. The issue, and Mr. Starr and I have had this conversation many times over the years, is how do you provide tax relief after you've already sent out the tax bills, which is what this does. there are varying opinions as to how complicated that is and how expensive that is. But the mechanics are difficult, particularly for those who have mortgages and have escrow accounts and that sort of thing. And so if we're going to do tax relief, I feel you rip the Band-Aid off and you do it now rather than putting it off to third quarter, or you wait till 2017 when we set the budget in November, December of this year. This one just doesn't work for me. I do appreciate the sentiment. I think it's a well thought out idea. I just think the mechanics don't work.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Croft.
Thank you. I pressed the administration on what the PERS on behalf payments were, and they were able to dig it out of the computer systems and their big books there. And the number they gave me was $41 million on PERS on behalf payments that the legislature currently makes and has discussed and then stopped discussing whether they would end, but didn't even pinky swear that they wouldn't bring it back up at some other point. It is one of the ways they can save themselves and pass the buck on to us. There are a lot of others, but it is a $41 million hit that might come down. That's the distinction. Everybody appears here, and I'm beginning to understand how things work. We all speak as many times as we want, but we apologize and count it. Yeah. We're basically in agreement that about $5 million is a rough number to try and give in property tax relief. And we're trying to figure out the best way to do it. There are people here who spoke eloquently and passionately about why giving it now makes the most sense. Later, under the proposal that Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Weddleton and I worked out, it is a much more focused tax relief on homeowners. It doesn't go to the largest commercial interests. So it has that benefit. It has the benefit of knowing more about the fiscal situation and what might be falling on your head. It has the detriments that were articulated too, that it has some practical difficulties of implementation, I think, probably it does not reduce the tax cap, and anybody can make their individual decision whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it probably has that impact as well. So, all in all, in this situation, given the general agreement that about $5 million was the right way to go, I continue to believe this is the better path to go. It puts it at a time when we know more. It focuses it more on homeowners and will make the biggest difference for those small and medium homeowners who I talk to at the door and who are having the most difficulty. So I recognize its practical and delay, if you will, difficulties, but it seems to me the better way to give $5 million of property tax relief this year if we can.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I promise to be a little more expansive, but I'll try still to keep it succinct. So first, I would urge my colleague, Mr. Flynn, to reconsider and perhaps support this measure. I understand that a rebate has some complexity to it and some expense, and one of the numbers I've been cited is about $500,000, but that's significantly less than what Mr. Evans proposed to hold over for the unintended consequences of his amendment. I have the benefit of having recently gone door to door, as does Mr. Croft and Mr. Weddleton, and something that we heard at the door very often in all of our districts was that people desired some form of property tax relief. I do believe that this amendment is more effective and more targeted to those kind of homeowners. It's capped at $300,000 of value. So Mr. Starr was talking about the pain that people, working class people, people on fixed incomes face. I think this more directly addresses some of their problems. I talk to people at the door who are using their permanent fund dividend to pay their property tax bill. These are the kind of people that we hope to target with this relief. And we don't know what June is going to do, but it looks like they are targeting their cuts and their reductions to programs that serve the working and middle class, including potentially reducing the permanent fund dividend. So if we are going to do property tax relief, and I want to, and my colleagues I think want to, I think it should be targeted to the people who are probably going to be hit hardest by Juno. In addition, I also sympathize with what the mayor has said and said repeatedly, that we can't be fiscally irresponsible because we don't know how much more they might reduce their revenue sharing, how many more costs they might put onto us. They are still in session. They have yet to adjourn. And as we know, this can go for a long time. And that's why we wrote this amendment so that it goes into effect in September, contingent on the idea that we have fund balance. And for that reason, I believe it is more fiscally responsible. And also, as I said, more targeted to residents. And for that reason, I urge you to support it, including you, Mr. Flynn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry about that. I'm also speaking in support of this, and you know, I've talked to over 1,000 people at the door recently, and I'd say at least half of them property taxes weighed very heavily on them. But at the same time, in my business, I'm saving money like a madman, and I'm keeping everything as flexible as I can because I'm nervous about the economy. And I think we have to do the same thing here. Amendment 2 is a much cleaner amendment. This one gets convoluted, but it buys some time that I just think we need to do to stay flexible and see what happens in Juneau. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr.
The big if is what the property taxpayer will take away from this action if it passes. They won't know. There won't be any certainty for them for a long time. And the problem that you have from those that watch the budgets, and it's not a lecture, but it sounds like one, is that we establish benchmark reports every quarter that come to us to tell us the fiscal health of the city. I helped at a great level. I don't take all the credit for it, but I certainly structured those reports so we get as close to an accurate summary of the health of the city every quarter that we can make our decisions on as best that we can. One number that's very hard to get, in fact, we don't often get the fund balance summary number until February or March. Every administration has trouble kind of taking a stand as to where are we out fiscally. It's not that they don't know, it's that it's an ever-changing blob. We do additional appropriations up here all year. 2 weeks after we approve this budget, we'll grow it again, either through additional revenues, or we may be faced with a downturn in the revenues and we have to modify that. I am overly impressed, overly is the wrong word, I'm hugely impressed with the ability for this municipal staff, government, especially the seasoned employees, to have a pulse on where they're at. They seem to know, with the expectation that they're going to be coming in on budget or under budget, but you don't get a sense of where that fund balance number is for a very long time. So the idea that we're going to have some information to go on in September that will give us the certainty to carry us the rest of the year won't happen. And it's the very issues that I tried to pin down on previous administrations is tell me in November what the fund balance level is going to be. How are we going to end the year? And as good as they are, they can't. And so you just have to, believe me, pass it if you like, but there's no certainty in it to the takeaway folks that we're billing next week. That they won't get it. They won't understand, well, what are you waiting for? And if you ask OMB to give us a fund balance summary in September, they won't be able to do it. They won't be able to do it with certainty. We'll see the quarterly summary reports, expense to actual, but winter's coming, lawsuits, we grew the budget, we spent into it. There's a whole reason that budget number is going to change, and this is just too much of a big if to promise those and then not do it. And I suspect that's where we would head, is we would say then later, well, we meant to write you a check in September. Maybe they built a budget around the expectation we're going to get the money, and they don't get it. Then we say, oh, well, we'll roll it into fund balance at the end of the year and reduce your property taxes next year. And then we don't do that. It's no wonder why they lose confidence in our ability. So it's not a lecture. It's not being critical. It's a reasonably good idea, but I don't think it can be done with certainty. And the big if is too much.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate you guys wanting to provide tax relief. I think you missed the opportunity with the last amendment. But because I think there are actually serious mechanical problems with this. First of all, like I mentioned before, it references if there are funds in fund balance. Does that mean if there are $4,900,000 you give that much in relief, or does it have to be a magic $5 million and give the whole thing? It's not that clear. The biggest problem I see is that the time frame you're looking at doing this is from September to December. That's when we start doing the budget for 2017. We usually actually vote on the budget for 2017 in November of next year, which this could extend even beyond that depending on what you do. And if this money is actually meant to be a relief from 2016 taxes, it will impact the tax cap. And it will do it at that time, which is going to be very late in the game and is going to wreak havoc with trying to put 2017's budget together. So, I mean, I think your intention as well, I find it, an interesting approach, but I think the reality of it is going to be extraordinarily difficult to actually pull off, and the language of it is a little too vague, I think, to make it meaningful. So, while I support, obviously, taxpayer relief, I don't know that I could vote for it in this format. It just poses too many questions. So, but I think it was I'm impressed with the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm impressed with the effort as well, but I would like to see if we could find a way to get it out to the property owners. The first aspect is I like the part about the residential property, but my concern is that we wouldn't be able to get it on this year's tax bill, so they aren't going to see that in the tax bill. And I don't know how much time we have to do it. Have they already started generating tax bills? I don't know, but if this was the same dollar figures but said, hey, get it out to residential property owner, I would say I could vote for it. But there's too many put it off, and too many unknowns in terms of when would folks really see the benefit of this. So I'm in a quandary unless somebody can satisfy that before we start voting.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reality of the situation is this is a maybe we'll think about it in the fall, giving you a tax rebate. And Mr. Starr hit the nail on the head. I can guarantee you we will not know what's in fund balance in September. They couldn't tell us till the end of January, and that's because we do our CAFR at the end of the year. They settle up all the bills and do all that stuff in January. Fundamentally, I've been on this body 3 years. We never know what's in fund balance until the end of January. I mean, that's the reality of the situation because you have to wait for all the bills to come in. So, I like the concept of being cautious, but Mr. Starr, he's done this. I think the only person who's done it longer is Ms. Gray Jackson, but Mr. Starr's done this a long time. And the reality of the situation is when we sit in these seats, tonight we have to set the mill rate. Tonight is the night we determine what those tax bills are. That's the reality of the situation. If you don't want that to happen, don't send out the tax bills now. I mean, the fact of the matter is there's no way you're going to know in September what fund balance is. I've never seen it. And before I was on the body, I was part of the Budget Advisory Commission. So I've, closely watched the budget for 6 years. Fundamentally, it just doesn't happen that way. I like the idea. I like the concept. But, part of sitting on this body is making decisions when you have to make them. And tonight's one of those nights. I'm sorry to say. And it really, I was waiting to leave my comments to the very end, but I'll say two things, and I won't say it later, probably. Two things. Number one, what we do here on this body is our responsibility. I'm not going to blame Juneau. The fact of the matter is we have $15 million sitting in fund balance. During our budget, when we built the 2016 budget in November, this body considered multiple millions of dollars worth of potential savings. Every single one of them was rejected. Every one of them. So if we have the opportunity, if we run into a situation, as Mr. Starr's seen before, where we have a $30 million deficit, we will find those efficiencies, those cuts. We will find a way to make it right. and we'll balance our budget because we're required to do so by law. But the fact of the matter is, we can't sit here blaming Juneau for what we're doing. We've increased taxes, we've increased spending, and we've rejected every single opportunity to save. I sat on this body when multiple members promised in November that if we had a surplus, we'll stand with you, Ms. Domboski, and we'll give $5 million back to taxpayers, because that was my amendment last year. And some of those members voted no tonight. So to me, you know, I will always try to give money back if it's the prudent thing to do. But I have people in my district that are retired teachers that are on a fixed income that are looking at me saying, Amy, if my taxes go up any more, I have to sell my house because I can't afford it. I have somebody that I met yesterday who literally just lost their job. A 6-figure salary, now they're going to be on unemployment, and they're talking about leaving Eagle River, moving out of state because they simply can't afford it. The reality of the situation is Juneau's talking about an income tax, a sales tax, cutting the PFD, and we're looking at people saying, you know what, we have $15 million in the bank, but we're not willing to give you a break. I don't know how I can look at my residents in the face and say, well, you know, it's Juneau's fault. It's not Juneau's fault. It's our fault. It's our responsibility. And I'm sorry, I have a lot of constituents that are on fixed incomes. And this little bit of help, it does help. Every little bit helps. But for us to sit there and pass the buck, that's not what we were elected to do. So, you know, I appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately, I think we missed the mark.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Dunbar?
So I think you have the opportunity to give money back to those people on fixed incomes, and that's this amendment, and I would urge you to vote for it. With regard to what Mr. Steele said, my understanding is that it will go back literally as a check near the end of the year, rather than being on their tax bill. And it's a little bit cumbersome, but it can be done. I believe it can be done. Because we're doing it in that way, I don't think it has the impact on the tax cap. This is something that me and Mr. Evans disagree on, and I would like, if possible, to have the municipal attorney speak to that point. Is that all right, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dunbar. I was having a side
I'm
conversation.
sorry.
I apologize.
Could I have the municipal attorney speak to the tax cap issue?
Please.
Through the chair, it is my sense that this would not affect the tax cap. After Proposition 8 was passed, the tax cap is now calculated by reference to the actual amount of taxes collected. Once the taxes are collected, that sets the base for the following years.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Anything else, Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, this is targeted. This is tax relief. I believe we will have fund balance come September, given the realities, and hopefully we won't have the same problems from Juneau. So again, I would urge you to vote for this and to provide tax relief to the people of Anchorage through this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so let's vote. That was approved 9-2. Three minutes.
No.
Mr. Trainee?
Madam, I move amendment number 4, please. What this will do is add $50,920 in development services. We're going to use the money from marijuana tax to pay for it. Another code enforcement officer. We need to do this because I can't count on the state enforcing the marijuana law. We're going to have our own court enforcement officers be willing to step up and enforce the law, because we know Juneau is about $4 billion broke. It depends on the price of the world today. Nonetheless, we need our court enforcement officers to where they're ready to go to enforce the marijuana laws as we've written and as we're going to write in the future. So that's the purpose of this. It's strictly on marijuana money.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Starr?
Mr. Wilbur, the revised budget, if you will, first quarter budget adjustment sheets are broken down by revenue, expense, and growth in spending and reductions. When Mr. Trainee speaks about funding it with the marijuana tax, I don't believe you've calculated in here anticipation of collections based on marijuana tax. What I see is an adjustment to the Assembly's budget by collecting $25,000 in fees. Are we collecting more money on behalf of marijuana?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, we are.
Where is it listed?
On the Assembly resolution, or excuse me, on the AM support, there it's on page 2 of 4. If you look at lines 69 through 77, we've identified the expenditures and the revenues for marijuana. The first one is for Treasury. There's another one for Health and Human Services, another one for Police, and one for Finance. Do you see that, Mr. Starr?
Those are expenses.
Yes. So we recognize if you look at those in the non-property tax revenue column, we recognize non-property tax revenues. Those are meant to be for marijuana from sales.
But it's good you didn't.
So you anticipate collecting $583,000 in change, and your proposed expenses on your proposal are $583,000.
That's correct.
So how would we fund Mr. Trainee's request?
I think this question came up at the work session. I would suggest that as the proposal recommends, it would be for marijuana tax. So if the Assembly would approve this, as Mr. Trainee suggests, we would add a line item in there for this, and then show non-property tax revenue marijuana sales for the same amount.
Even though the revenue forecaster, who's talking over here, says that we're probably likely only collect $583,000.
So if I could clarify that as well. We asked the treasurer, municipal treasurer, how much revenue we could expect to collect, and they gave us a range between $400,000 and $900,000. And it just really depended on how fast the industry took off and where they would be and how large they would be. So Office of Management and Budget, we looked at, we sort of took the middle of that amount, really not knowing exactly how much it would be. So that's how we came to basically the $580-something thousand, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, and there's the actual problem with the amendment for my circumstances, is that this is what got us in trouble before, was then we had higher than expected revenues, which we thought we were going to collect, and we didn't. A good chunk of the problem I illustrated when Acting Mayor Clayman took over was that we started to recognize that revenues were anticipated to come in higher, and they didn't, and it compromised our circumstances. So, Mr. Trainee, I get the need for an enforcement action officer. We've got one in Treasury to go out and collect the money. The rest of it, I'm not so certain we can afford. So we can pay for it out of fund balance. I'm happy for that to be the case. If you want to continue to eat into that, it's a public good, it's a public money. You're looking for self-supporting, as we always have been. But it's dangerous. For one, we don't know based on the range expectations. We haven't kicked any of these marijuana sales agencies off yet, and it's coming up. None of them are opening. I don't even know how many applications we have. So we've got, again, the state's sitting on their hands here going, well, we don't know what we're going to do, FBI background checks or not. So I don't even know if we're going to get $583,000. So, Mr. Croft, when we don't collect $583,000 in marijuana tax, come April, we've said it, come September, October, November, if we're short revenues, we got to cut the budget. So I'm just being cautious here, Mr. Trainee. If you gave me a different revenue source, I might be convinced, but I don't get it.
Mr. Trainee.
Madam Clerk, let's extend for another half an hour on this item, because we're a little after 9:05. We need another half an hour to finish debate up on this particular item.
Okay, we need a second. Any objection? Seeing none, we're extended for another half an hour. Mr. Flynn, you're welcome.
Yeah, two things. First, I think Mr. Starr's, based on my experience with this nascent industry, is correct. We're not going to see the revenues that we expect in this year. Things are just moving much too slowly. But more importantly, Mr. Wilbur, in the work session, the question was posed, if we're not seeing businesses open until September, do we actually make this hire in July, or do we hold off? And Mr. Starr didn't have the opportunity to be at that work session. So for each of these line items, 70 through 74, and then presumably this amendment, would we make similar delays in spending, presuming a delay in revenues?
Through the chair, I would suspect that from the departments. We're going to ask the departments to manage their budgets with the money that they have. I think I mentioned in the work session that if they want to hire an individual and the revenues are not there based on that source, then we're going to look to those departments to find them some other savings to make up that cost. And if we receive additional revenues from the marijuana industry, we'll come in and ask that those additional revenues be added so that they can be used to cover those expenses.
I guess I'm willing to support the amendment just because I don't think it's going to come to fruition. Frankly, I just don't. I don't see it. I was out there this weekend working the project, and it's not happening. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee?
Which project are you working, Mr. Flynn? I'll take your vote however I can get it, sir. Because quite frankly, I see the state's going to open up the floodgates. There's lots of people who have applied. They've been holding up because of no background checks, but it's passed the Senate, it's in the House, Governor signs it. There's a floodgate like salmon going upstream. We get half the money coming into the state. So this is betting on the fact that we'll have the code money for the code enforcement officers, because we're the ones who have to enforce it. The state's not going to. And our constituents are going to want to know why we haven't taken action. So it's just an amendment to make that happen.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Trainee.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Croft?
I apologize for speaking for the 10th time. Mr. Wilbur, so this is authority to spend, but you've instructed the department to only do it if they get that amount of revenue? So if they don't have it, they're not going to hire this person?
So through the chair, Mr. Croft, most of these proposed amendments, particularly as they relate to staff, and most of them don't. Most of them are just hardware or software, but those that relate to staff, they're basing the staff hiring based on a particular revenue source. And so if they need to hire that person right now in May, and the industry is not going to take off until August, those expenses between May and August, we're going to ask the departments to figure out how to cover those expenses.
So either not incur them or incur
Right.
somewhere else.
You're talking $50,000. It's not the end of the world.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved 8-3. The next amendment is amendment number 5. Mr. Trainee?
You bring it forward.
Me?
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Amendment number 5 in the amount, it's the fire department, it's in the amount of $83,500. And it's to provide funding for an additional fire inspector position. The Fire Prevention Division has had inadequate staffing levels for many years, resulting in a workload that exceeds the capabilities of this division. Performance measure number 8, reported quarterly, shows that the 100% goal of inspecting 1/3 of all commercial occupancies annually is only at 15% to date, and ended last year at 16%. The division also is unable to meet state-mandated deferment requirements. In addition, because the division is unable to conduct fire inspections at the required frequency, a mass casualty fire in an inspection deficit building could expose the municipality to substantial liability. The required funding assumes a July 1st start date for this position. The revenue source is fire service area fund balance for $68,068, and it is anticipated, based on prior experience, that the inspection fee revenue for this position would bring in $15,432. I encourage my colleagues to approve this amendment, which several of us from the Public Safety Committee have been trying to get in the budget for several years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. That was moved by Ms. Gray Jackson, second by Mr. Wilton. Mr. Evans, you're first in queue, sir.
Excellent. Yeah, I guess, maybe I'd want to hear from the administration. This hasn't been included in the budget, this position. And to the makers of the amendment, why would this not be better made at next year's budget instead of mid-year like this? It doesn't seem like there's an urgency. Sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am. Ms.
I'm
Gray
sorry,
Jackson.
Mr. Evans, I didn't mean to cut you off. As I mentioned a few moments ago, former Assemblymember Paul Honeman, Mr. Trainee, myself, and possibly others have been trying to get this position in the budget for probably 3 years. Okay? And I believe that during last year's budget process, we didn't have the support. The fire department had other issues that they felt were more important to this, but I've had conversations with the chief, we have, and the chief supports this proposed amendment, and I'm hopeful that that my colleagues will support it also, because it's a matter of public safety. That's the bottom line. It's simply a matter of public safety. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans, sir.
No, I guess I just, was asking sort of the administration why this wasn't included in last year's budget, and if there were plans to include it in this coming year's budget, which I think would be the better time to add positions if we could.
Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Evans. The administration considered this. It was the last position in the department that was not funded, if you will. It was the last position or the last function that didn't make the cut. It was a marginal call on our part. We agree that the position would add value to this to the fire prevention program. If it wasn't added now, we may well propose adding it a year from now. Certainly, if it's added now, we're likely to maintain it in next year's budget. As Ms. Gray Jackson indicated, the chief feels strongly that this is a position that will add value to that program.
Mr. Starr, sir.
I try not to tell the executive branch how to run government. In other cities, what they do is they send out the units, the teams of firemen that are already dispatched to the area, whether they work at a fire station. So they send an engine company out of there. And mind you, most of our fire and our battalion chief folks, including Ms. Demboski's husband, are very smart. They're college-educated folks. And what they do is they typically visit commercial buildings and they do a workup. They do a study of the facility so that they know if they've got to go in there in a smoky facility to be able to move around there. They look at where the FDC is. They look at that in other cities. I mentioned that. I've not had the friendly visit from my battalion chief or from my station unit, and I believe they have capacity to do that. And so the idea that we're looking for fire prevention, I would venture to say that the capacity exists within the firehouse to go out and outreach to those and build a fire plan, build an understanding of the facility, and make corrective comments to those. And surely the enforcement, the fine, the violation, all of that's important. But I think the initial communication to tell that tenant that his aisle is blocked or we can't get a fire truck in your area, along with the education benefits of those fire captains and those battalion chiefs and the hard workers that are at those stations, they know if they got to walk into that smoky building, they know what it looks like already because they went there and visited, they talked to the property owner, and they gave them the feedback. I've owned commercial buildings, I've managed commercial buildings. It's not unusual to see your battalion chief roll up in the fire truck with 4 guys on board saying, hey, we're here to see what you look like during the day so we don't have to see it in a smoky building. That's your feedback. I think your fire prevention model that is free today. I'd like to see it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Whittleton's next.
How close to this 100% goal of inspecting a third of the commercial buildings how close would we get if this person's hired?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Maybe the fire chief can or Mr. Abbott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans and Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whatever. It was like a ventriloquist act. I didn't see you guys change places. I'm sorry.
She's the tall one. I'm the short one.
I'm just losing the thread of the argument. We've had this, which I think has been a very robust and helpful discussion on the budget tonight. And I've heard just tons of comments about how we have to absolutely wait because, Juneau may hit us with $41 million in debt or do all kind of things. And yet we're debating whether to add what is described as marginal position that didn't even make the cut last year's budget. It seems like this wouldn't be the time to do that if we have this concern about this serious concern about what Juneau is going to do, such that we couldn't provide tax relief. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You going to declare a conflict on that?
No conflict. I was going to say fire prevention is not in Ben's job description. But to go to Mr. I don't think the fire chief's here, is he? I don't see him. To go to Mr. Starr's point, so all the officers, they have to do what's called quick action plans, which means all those businesses within their district, they each have to do like 15 of them a year or something like that. Is that about right, Mr. Abbott? 15, 20?
I think it's more than that.
Yeah, there's quite a few. They have to go, and they literally have their graph paper, and they walk through every single building. They know the layout of the buildings. They know where the hazardous materials are. Dentist's office, where's the nitrous and all that kind of stuff. Where's the oxygen? So Mr. Starr's right, and it's the local guys that are in those districts. Station 11 will go to the places in Eagle River, or Station 5 will visit all the places in Spenard. So they do this, and they do this routinely. I think Mr. Evans hit the nail on the head. Again, this has been a marginal position that hasn't made the cut over the last couple of cycles. And the fact of the matter is, if we're going to be Chicken Little and the sky is falling and we have to be cautious, I think if we're not willing to give the money back to taxpayers, I don't understand why we keep spending the money to increase spending. I mean, it's kind of like we're talking out of both sides of our mouths here. So, again, I don't support this amendment. I think if you're going to change, I feel like we're going back and we're rehashing the complete budget by adding positions and all this kind of stuff. And that's what we do in November when we set the budget for the next year. If it's something that's truly critical, that's one thing. But if we're really arguing foundational things like adding positions for the long term, that should be done in the budget session. I don't think it should be done in the first quarter.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dombowski and Mr. Starr, I want to thank you for your comments. I really appreciate your insight. A couple of years ago, the former mayor, this amendment was brought forward, and the former mayor vetoed it, and I don't think it was because he didn't think we didn't need it. Secondly, there's a lot of talk about commercial buildings, and I mention that because that's just one side of what the fire inspectors do, but they also inspect other facilities, hotels, restaurants. So it's not just commercial buildings, and I'm really happy the fact that they do this, because I don't want to eat, number one, in a restaurant where I probably wouldn't want to see what the kitchen looked like. And they are short-staffed. They've been short-staffed for lots and lots of years. And that's the reason why Mr. Train and I brought this forward, and Mr. Honeman is not here anymore, but again, we've been trying to help this division for several years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. That amendment was approved 6-5. I think that ends the Assembly proposed amendments.
No, ma'am.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Weddleton. Yeah, it came in earlier this afternoon. I apologize for that. We have one more amendment. It's amendment number 7.
Where's that at? Madam Chair. Part of the discussion.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, part of the discussion of the amendment, just a reminder, I'm the only member of the body who owns property in Girdwood. So I don't know if you want to declare me to have a conflict or not.
Mr. Flynn, as in the past, you don't have a conflict, so you'll have to join us.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Okay, amendment number 7, it's the department, well, it's Girdwood Valley Service Area, and the amount is $318,876. Mr. Weddleton.
Second.
Oh, may I speak on
Move
this?
to introduce.
Right.
Move to introduce.
Oh, move to approve.
Move to approve, I mean.
We'll need a motion to approve in a second.
Right.
All right, hit the button. I thought it was done. Move to approve.
No, the button doesn't do it.
Madam Chairman?
Mr. Abbott?
I believe this is a amendment to our next item, not to the budget resolution.
It's a line item in the budget resolution. Well, other service areas are a line item in the budget resolution. And
Okay.
so that's why we
I thought we
assumed
were
that this.
amending the mill rate
No. we
with this
still-
ordinance, with this amendment, right?
Right.
John?
But in,
It does both, actually.
Mr. Wilbur, what are your thoughts?
Do it into one.
I think it's supposed to be in.
Through the chair,
In one, and they can.
there's two ways you could do this. The one way Mr. Abbott suggests we just deal with the mill rate as approved by the Girdwood Board of Supervisors last night to raise it by 0.59, and this and not adjust the budget. Or, as this amendment proposes, you do both. You adjust the budget for the spend, and then you add the mills to 0.59. So there's a benefit both ways. One, if you just put the mills in there, you don't know, I mean, that would raise you 318. Your contract might not be that much, so you might not need to budget that much. That's one option. This one does 0.59 to the mills and would adjust in the a budget 318,000. So I'm not sure I don't recall what the action of the GBOS was last night, so I'm not sure if this actually reflects that action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Wilbur, based on what we've done with other amendments, the mill rate is going to have to be changed anyway. And so I'm feeling that we should just move on with this amendment and get it done and over with, and then we can switch to the mill rate. And if no one has any objection to that, the effect's going to be the same. That's the bottom line.
Madam Chair, does that get us the same place either way? Is that the discussion at the GBOS yesterday was in terms of the mill rate? And basically, they just wanted to make sure that they would have the money available without going into their savings, should they be able to work out an agreement with Whittier or some other.
Right. I understand that, Mr. Whittleton. And for the sake of time, whatever avenue you'd like to use, it's just fine with me.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Abbott?
I defer to Mr. Weddleton on this. We were both at the GBOS meeting. There was a discussion about doing a budget amendment separately at a future date, but I'm not. If it's the desire of the Assembly to do it now, we'll find a way to make that work.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Starr, are your comments on whether or not we're going to do this amendment now?
The amendments in front of us, and I have comments that make sense to talk about. So on page 674 of our packet, which is on the second page of 4A, if you'll look at line 8, Mr. Weddleton, I would suggest that you do want to probably make an amendment that has the intent of changing the Girdwood Valley Service Area budget. I think it's prudent to do that because it does it. Ms. Gray-Jackson may be referring that it's automatically increased into their budget when we raise their mill rate, but I think it's cleaner to say we're increasing their budget on line 8 of this page by $318,876 and then support it with an increase of the mill rate. That just seems to be the right thing to do. So if you've seen page 674 of our packet, it's all the service areas listed, and I have experience in the service area district, and it's helpful when you give them budget guidance at the same time you set the mill.
Mr. Starr, thank you for your comments, because what you just said is exactly what my thoughts were.
I believe that meets the intent of the GBOS.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, that was my comment. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Flynn?
I just concur. I mean, the question is, do we give them the revenue authority and the spending authority, or just the revenue authority? This amendment does both. That way we don't have to come back with another appropriations ordinance at a later date.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Thank you.
We appreciate your money.
That amendment was approved unanimously. Now we will go back to the main motion, AR 2016-104. Thank you, Mr. Traney. As amended. No one's in the queue. Please vote. Well, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Mr. Starr, that was pretty quick. Mr. Starr.
It was, and it's not a teary-eyed session here by any means, but I won't do this next year. This is my last first quarter budget amendment from that. And I'm not going to support the mayor's budget for some of the arguments that I lost. I'm used to losing arguments, certainly I am, but I know what happens the morning after. I know what happens when those tax bills get opened and sort of that tone that happens around kitchen tables where my community looks for an ally. They call me and they're like, hey, what are you guys doing to me? How can you help me with this? My kid just got a $125 sports bill to compete in track. I got increase here. I got that happening in my life. What are you doing for me? You're not helping me. Those are very hard conversations to have. We've also seen in my district an increase in pressure to pay your tax bill. The repossession list in my district was higher this year, and I don't want that to be a trend. It's not a threat that every house that can't pay their taxes is going to default, but I can see and hear the pressure. We're a prideful community, and the idea that we continue to support tax increases and spending increases with all the uncertainty that everybody talks about in Juneau, the uncertainties are real for them. It's jobs, it's careers, it's the ability to do all of the above, and the dependency on the permanent fund. We didn't do our homework tonight in terms of being able to provide answers to that with a surplus. We gave a lot of uncertainty back to them. We kept money in the bank, which doesn't necessarily mean to me my definition of a balanced budget. We don't tax and save in government. It may be wise to have revenue streams that you can count on, but money in the bank is not one of them in terms of that over and above our $550 million cash balance. So the idea that we've done our homework and done it well tonight, good effort, and I think, Mayor, you've got a really good handle on your budget. And I think the department heads come to be that they're used to this arena. The last thing is watch those quarterly reports, watch the revenue streams, do all the things. I pledged you that I'll do that. I'm not lame ducking it here, but I just can't support this one. This will be a no.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved 8-3. Okay. Mr. Traney?
Move for immediate reconsideration of Resolution 2016-104.
You need a second?
Second.
Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr?
The ability to send our tax bills is not predicated on our approval of this budget. So the idea that we have to immediately reconsider something tonight is probably a little bit out of school from that. It still doesn't prevent a mayoral veto, a change to the spending plan. I would rather give the flexibility to the staff, who's working really hard to keep up with us, as we do every year, to give them the flexibility to come back to us and say, hey, guess what, something happened in Juneau, or this happened and that. Give them the flexibility to come back and have a special meeting the next couple of days if necessary. I'm fine with moving the reconsideration on the next tax setting, but I think it's prudent to give a little bit of flexibility on the reconsideration if somebody needs to use it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Starr.
we've given the administration the ability to make minor changes to correct the documents that we've got problems in them without coming back to the Assembly. It's just I've seen too many games played by people over the years. Not that anybody's playing it in today, but I've seen too many over the years. I just move for immediate reconsideration. Urge a no vote.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, I concur with Mr. Starr. I do think we need to do the immediate reconsideration and vote no on the levy so that Treasury can get the bills out. The budget, however, I mean, who knows? Maybe someone wakes up tomorrow morning and realizes they had the wrong number somewhere or something. There's no harm in allowing this, even if it does get held up for 2 weeks. It doesn't affect the operations of the municipality. So I'd urge a yes vote, or actually I'd urge withdrawal of the motion, but barring that, I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue again? No? Okay. Mr. Evans.
I agree. Yeah, there he goes. I agree with. No, I disagree with Mr. Flynn and Mr. Starr. I think it's better to withdraw this. And if we're going to talk about games, this is games playing with these motions to reconsideration, which I've said on many occasions, and I'll just say again.
Mr. Evans, can you say that again, please? Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Let's please vote on the reconsideration. That is reconsidered.
Madam Chair, I just call for the question on approval.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Move to approve AR 2016-104. And there's no one in the queue. Please. Can somebody second Mr. Flynn's motion? Great. There's no one in the queue. Please vote on AR 2016-104 once again. That was approved 8-3. Next item on the agenda. Certainly.
Yeah, we have to open the public hearing on item 14.
After 14B. The clerk is asking me to take a break, but can we finish 14B? All right. 14B, AO 2016-44, setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the municipality of Anchorage. General government for 2016. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to be heard? Anybody at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr?
Well, just to be sure that on the Girdwood service area action, which we took, we're increasing the mill rate on line 25 by 0.59 mils. That's what I want to make sure happens.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Sorry, Mr. Welton, I wasn't stealing your thunder. I just want to follow through that.
Mr. Starr, could you repeat that motion, please?
Sure. Line 25 of the item in front of us, which is 2016-44, I propose to increase the mill rate for the Girdwood service area by 0.59 mils.
And Ms. Domboski, second. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to articulate for those watching at home, the voters of Girdwood voted to tax themselves for police service. So this increase of the Girdwood Valley Service Area Fund 106 is a reflection of the voters of that district asking to be taxed more for police service.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Croft?
I just want to speak in favor of Mr. Starr and Ms. Domboski's tax increase.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Starr, are you in the queue again?
I am.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Mr. Wilbur, any of the items that we passed on the previous budget, any of the items that we passed on the previous budget affect the mill rate on this action item?
They do, Mr. Starr, and we usually make a conforming amendment where we authorize the department to adjust these to reflect those amendments.
I didn't even see your lips move, Mr. Wilbur, so apparently Mr. Flynn gave you the authority to adjust the mill rates tomorrow.
Not yet.
Through the chair, I believe there's also some text on the ordinance itself
Yes.
that gives us that approval.
That's fair enough. So we know we can't just send the tax bills out with these numbers. We've got to do something else.
That is correct. We will
Yeah.
make those adjustments based on your actions tonight,
I didn't vote yes on it.
based on the body's actions.
I will vote to increase the taxes. It's my job.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
That was all, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wilbur, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to bring one point to the members of the body. There's been a lot of discussion about, the effect of the mills and how that, we put some information together, and I just want to recognize that while the mill rates are going to be adjusted, it's about a 1% difference between what it was last year, and the average is about, well, it's like almost 6% on average is what the mill rates get adjusted annually. This budget is about 1%, so it's significantly less than the average. In the couple last previous years, it's been about 5. The assessed values, it's only changing about 3 total, and we're going from whereas the total average over the past has been significantly more. So I know there's been a lot of discussion while the mill rates are going up and the assessments are going up. I just want to share with the body that when you look at how this budget was built based on recent past, it's significantly less in both categories. So I understand that there's a lot of concerns and questions, but I do think it's worth mentioning that to the body.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Mr. Starr?
It is, but I don't like the way you packaged it, because we're still collecting $17 million more from the source. So, Mr. Wilbur, you're right, I think, in a total percentage. One characteristic that I think you didn't say well is that we still have a growing community. So some of our expandability is the credits of the mayor and the Work, Live, and Play group to market our community so people build stuff here, and we have new houses instead of just mine on the only block. I'm joined by 3 more. But the fact of the matter is, last year we did this very action and we authorized you to collect $267 million in taxes. This year we're saying you can go out and collect $284 million. That's not good news. We're still to the same source. We're still to the same place, trying to grow government around this one source. We've got other revenue streams, granted, but I don't like the way you packaged it, that it's good news. It's $284 million. It was $267 last year. So not to be the naysayer, just the budget watcher. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. No one else is in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Mr. Trainee, can you make a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
Move to reconsider. I think that was the word you wanted.
No, recess.
You want to recess?
Yeah. The clerk,
what reason?
The clerk asked for recess.
Madam Chair, we're taking a 5-minute recess. Bring your hammer down. Don't need a motion on it, Madam Clerk.
Yes, you do, Mr. Chair, Mr. Trainee.
Madam Clerk, move to recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
Thank you. We're recessed for 5 minutes. The April 26th meeting is re-adjourned. Assembly members, please take your seats. Thank you. We need to go back to item 9D14 that was postponed until we approve the budget, and I'm not sure if there was a motion on the floor to approve that yet, but yes, there was a motion on the floor. 9D14.
9D14.
Right, and it was a motion on the floor to approve 9D14 and a second. There's no one in the queue, so let's simply vote.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Domboski?
Sorry, I just was trying to look on my... Can you remind me of the title of that one?
That's a good idea, Ms. Domboski. 9D14 was an Assembly Memorandum 286-2016. It was amendment number 4 to contract with TEK Systems, Inc. to provide additional technical resources for operational support of the PeopleSoft environment.
Oh, that one. Okay. That was the one that had the 4 different amendments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No one's in the queue. Let's vote. Can you you want me to reset? 14. It was already on the floor before. Because Amy pulled it, and then she moved to approve, and somebody second, and then we postponed it. Okay, great. Okay. It was already moved, yeah, and second. That was approved unanimously. We are now, Mr. Trainee?
Nothing.
We are now at item 14. Mr. Evans? But you don't like reconsiderations.
Something else says that.
Okay, all right, okay. We are now on item 14C, AO 2016-45, setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2016. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Please state your name and spell the last name.
My name's Ed Larrivee again, and Larrivee. I'm the second. And I think the taxes, property taxes, as I've stated over and over again, are too high. We need to lower them. You need to find some way of making it easier for 40% of the people that own property in Anchorage to exist and not become homeless, not leave Alaska. Because right now, all the pressure is being put on the property owner. My permanent fund goes right over to the property taxes. This isn't right. You know, do I own or do I rent? You know, I mean, give me a break. Literally. Any question?
No, no questions, but thank you for your
All right,
testimony.
thank
Mr.
you.
Larrabee. Anybody else wish to be heard? Anybody at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14D, AO 2016-46, waiving the fee for an application to amend the zoning map for 72.66 acres of land described at the N and a half of the S southeast 1/4 of section 25T12N.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Please state your name and spell your last name.
My
Hello.
name's Rob Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I live in the Canyon Road area, slightly below this property, about 400 feet. I just want to inform the new Assembly members of the history of this process so far. The developer applied and was unanimously denied their application for rezone on this property. It was at least the second time in the history of this property. During that process, they failed to properly notify the surrounding neighbors when they had zoning meetings more than 30 days apart. No mailer was sent out for the second meeting in violation of the policy of the zoning plan or the zoning commission. They did not properly post their signs. They did not update their signs, and today their signs are faded and illegible. Assemblywoman Jennifer Johnson sponsored the ordinance in the Assembly, and when it came up, near 30 of the neighbors showed up and spoke out against the proposal. The reasons were that the wells are failing around there, some are contaminated with nitrates, people are having to extend their wells hundreds of feet down to get water. In addition, the soils on the property are not good for septic percolation. The whole area is full of wet clay. We have problems with it everywhere, the roads, your septic. Sometimes the septic's deep, or the clay is deep, sometimes it's at the surface. Faced with the backlash, the Assembly voted at the last minute to continue the discussion in a month. And during that meeting, Jennifer Johnson claimed that the administration of Mayor Berkowitz is the one who came to her with the proposed ordinance, and that Chris Schutte of the Economic Development Office was the one whose idea it was. Yet his signature was under the mayor's for a recommendation to deny the rezone. Ms. Johnson moved that the meeting be continued until Mr. Schutte could show up, even though his signature, as I said, was recommending denial. After the meeting, Schutte swore to several people that he was not the one pushing it. Yet in the month between meetings, Mrs. Johnson sent out emails saying that she was going to recommend postponing it indefinitely. These emails were widely spread amongst the neighbors because we are organized against this overdevelopment, and as a result, only about 5 of us showed up to the Assembly meeting. When the ordinance came up, Mrs. Johnson surprised everyone, including the chair and the Assembly, with a new proposal. She swore up and down that it was the administration and apologized profusely to the Assembly, not the people. I ask you, where are the people talking in support of this? Where is the administration, if that's who's pushing it? Now we hear the developer is going to be allowed to reapply to the Zoning Commission for no charge, and that they will have a rubber stamp from a commission organized by the mayor's office. Is this a fair process? If you vote yes to this tonight, we ask that the mayor's office include the loss incurred to the Muni from giving the zoning and planning review for free to Big Country Enterprises from Boston, Massachusetts, to be subtracted from the budget surplus, and that we all get a get out of jail free card worth $32,000. Please vote no to this.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? No questions, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brian Ott, and I'd like to know a few things as a conservative neighbor within 200 feet of this proposed rezoning. How is this ordinance being reconsidered? There's a 2-year moratorium for reconsideration, and you just struck down the previous ordinance. Why have I not received one single notification of these occurrences? Why have the public notices not been updated on the trees that are around the property? If this is a new ordinance for the public hearing, are these individuals at Big Country Enterprises LLC trying to get this passed secretly or shadily? Section AMC 21.03.020H1 was not followed. The mayor's office and the Department of Zoning have both denied this multiple times, and the 2 previous ordinances have been postponed indefinitely. There's nothing different about this, and we all know that. The action today isn't to consider whether to charge $32,000 application fee. It is to deny the application on the grounds of invoking AMC 21.03D.10 and AMC 21.03.020E3. The issue here is that these individuals want to change the zoning on an unprecedented way from R8 to R6, and the application filed 12 months from today can reflect that. Some other items. A community meeting is required in accordance with subsection 21.03.020C. This did not occur prior to this meeting. Per AMC 21.03.160D10, the waiting period for reconsideration shall be 2 years for for the same or substantially same application for rezoning. Also, I'd like to know what the Corps of Engineers has said about this area. This area should be investigated as a potential wetlands. Is a wetlands delineation field study going to be proposed for this parcel? What is the water mapping survey stated? I've yet to see this report either. My wife is a water resources engineer and is very curious to see the findings on this report. I've walked through this parcel of land. I don't know if that's legal or not, but I have. And this land is, there's standing water all over the place, swamp-like conditions, and a stream running down it to Rabbit Creek. Where will this stream be relocated to? And the roads, the heaves and lack of adequate walking room with what, another X amount of cars going by. Where all these dog walkers and children waiting for the bus on the side of the road. You're just asking for a disaster there. With the installation of these septic systems, and what is proven in soil tests is both urban permeable soil and other swamp-like conditions, what effect will the development of this land have on the creek, wildlife, and other property? Speaking of other property, there's a large concern that the installation of these wells in the area, well, I'd just like to ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. Anybody else wish to be heard? Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Joan Priestley, Priestley, and I'm a property owner in very close proximity to this proposed development. I think that this ordinance really sends an inappropriate message to the community and to other developers here, because you're basically saying that, to developers especially, well, just create the most exuberant, overdense, profligate, self-serving, even absurd development plan, and if the neighborhood doesn't wake up, you're home free. And if the neighborhood does wake up and organizes some concerned response, you're still home free, because we'll just give you a pass and waive your fees. But on the other hand, if developers knew that there was going to be accountability and liability for plans that absolutely will not fly, and send them back to the drawing boards, and send the city personnel back to the drawing boards as well, I think developers would be much more mindful and considerate of what their plans are going to look like the first time around. The fees that are imposed go either directly or indirectly to pay the expenses of the city personnel, who have to now spend their time, again, reviewing a brand new plan and proposal. So what you're really saying to the community is, even after all this discussion about prudent fiscal management of resources, that you're going to force the property owners to, the revenue that is coming in is going to have to be diverted from some other source to pay for the redo that the city personnel are going to engage in, because you're not going to take it from the source from which it should be taken, which is the developers. We know they had a terrible plan. It was crashed and burned at every opportunity, and now they have to go back and start over again. I think some of this could have been avoided if it had been made very clear that a new plan entails new fees. My other concern is that your final whereas states that this code, new code, 020E3, states that fees are not subject to waivers. That's not quite a complete statement. The code actually reads, the fees are not subject to waivers except as provided by provisions in this title. And 020E4, which comes immediately after E3, I believe provides the provision for waivers, and it does not include assembly ordinances. The way I can read that code section, I conclude that the director of the planning department has been given delegation of authority to make those determinations. So I have concerns about the legality and appropriateness of overriding that, ignoring the code that you folks have taken so much time to create, and doing this by an assembly ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Paul Gionet, Gionet. I am the owner of Big Country Enterprises. I do not live in Boston, Massachusetts. My wife is another owner of Big Country Enterprises, and she doesn't live there either. We've lived on the hillside for 25 years now. We are going through the proper process that we believe, both to the administration and to the Assembly and the PNC. We're trying to do it the right way. We're listening to neighbors. We obviously have neighbors that we're going to live there, along with our daughter, who has been in Alaska for 30 years. She was in Boston, Massachusetts as a surgical resident. So that's where that name comes from. But we live here in Alaska. We believe in Alaska. We know her husband is a soils engineer from Montana. So we're trying to do this the right way. We're not trying to hide anything. We're not trying to do anything to the neighbors. We want to be friends. But I know how it is. Nobody wants anybody else in their backyard. But we have extensive documentation that's been given to PNZ, and we're applying again and giving even more confidence to the neighbors that we're doing this the right way. Everything is out in the open, and it's up to you to decide about the fee. But as far as honesty, we're Alaskans, and that's what we're asking for, is a fair shake.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Suzanne Gionet, Gionet. And I don't want to make it too long. We love Alaska. When we moved up, we were planning on staying 5 years. We've been here 32 years. We have always made Alaska a better place. We've always made our neighborhood a better place. We started this process by sending out flyers to everyone in the community. We had an open house. We wanted to answer all their questions. And there was a gentleman that talked to our son-in-law named Vern, and he goes, "Oh yeah, sounds like a great project. Yeah, oh, you're doing all the right things." And then Vern ended up being the guy that went to the neighbors and organized. Whatever that means, I don't know. I feel like I'm like there's a prejudice. It's hard. We love Alaska. We want to live there. Alaska's beautiful. We've transplanted ourselves. And I would just say, if you would please fairly read the documents, the soils. It's been proven there is wetlands out of the 72 acres. There's 5 acres and then another 1.5 acres. We're not going to build on that. We want to protect that. Rabbit Creek is not on our property. It's on the Mills property. Love the Mills family. They're wonderful. Dr. Mills, Sarah Mills is a good friend of ours. What they choose to do with their 70 acres, great. Leave it undeveloped. We would like to make a wonderful neighborhood. It's going to be something good for Alaska, and we want to be given that opportunity to dream just like all the other neighbors who around us on the 3 sides are more dense than what we're proposing. So I would say just weigh all the options, look at the experts' reports, and give us a fair chance. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question, ma'am. Ma'am, there's a question. Mr. Weddleton?
I've never done this before, so.
Mr. Weddleton?
Hi.
Okay.
So you have some new plans drawn up. Is that what you said? And actually, I might be comparing your comments and your husband's, combining them, but.
The plans, we're trying to follow all the proper procedures, and we're going with the new codes. And so that's why we need to go before planning and zoning again. We're trying to follow all the codes, all the laws, and we have been open to neighbors. Like I said, we had an open house. We'd like to have another one. We've had people come to us and say, you know, we'd really like to live there too. And it's just an opportunity. We want to fulfill our dream just like every Alaskan. And we really respect the land. And if you look at the maps and the density, it's a very good ratio and better than the majority of the 3 sides around us.
Okay. Do your new plans require that it be rezoned to R6?
I don't know the answer to that. Yes.
Okay. Can you develop it with the R8 zoning that it has been?
The R8 zoning is 5-acre lots, and some of the people do not want to have 5 acres. That's too much. Some of them will be 5 acres or more, but some will not. So the R6 takes it down to, I believe, 1 acre or more, and so some of the lots will be 1 acre, but there'll be plenty of green. And, you know, we do respect the neighbors. I know it's hard. It's hard to develop. When we moved here in '84, we lived in Turnagain, and there was a lot of development there. And I'm like, oh man, I don't want to see that develop. Well, my neighbor said, well, you go buy that land then if you don't want to see it developed. And, you know, I think it's our right, and we want to do it properly. And we want to do it beautifully, and we want to live in Alaska. So, and we went through the hard crash in 1985 with all the downfall of the economy, and we're here to stay. We know it's tough. We're going to pay our taxes. We're going to support Alaska the best way we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Mark Jones. I live at 8801 Upper DeArmond Road, which is immediately adjacent to the property. I sent the members of the Assembly a email, and I don't intend to repeat my comments there. I have heard Mr. and Mrs. Ginay step up and stand before the Planning Department and the Zoning Commission and explain their background before, and I just need to say, in prefacing my remarks, I believe that they love Alaska. I'd like to add that they didn't say this. I believe that they love Anchorage. But that really isn't the question that is presented to you in terms of Mr. Evans' ordinance. To me, there's a very narrow policy issue, and that is, should the Planning Department continue to entertain plans to develop this 75-acre parcel based on R6 zoning when the current zoning is R8. And I think that the thought that I would share with you is it is not unreasonable to send Mr. and Mrs. G&A the message that they've had 2 at-bats to make their pitch for R6 zoning, and now is the time to stand down. And I would tell them that if they love the land, they should bring on an R8 project. And I think that they would find that the conversation is very different. I'm not saying that everyone would agree with them across the board, but it's a very, very different conversation than to say that we need to change R8 zoning to R6. And I would just conclude by pointing out that it's not a fairness issue, because the zoning, when they bought this parcel, was R8. And the price of the parcel, the price they paid for the parcel, was a function of the zoning being R8. It seems fair to say that after 2 at-bats, this should be an R8 parcel, and I would encourage the body to send the message by making an appropriate amendment to the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Greg Kuiper. My last name is Kuijper. I'm a resident of Canyon Road as well. And I just think that this property should be developed under its current zoning. But they just recently purchased this property, maybe 2 years ago. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 10 years. I love this neighborhood. I love Alaska. I know this neighborhood well. I know this property is full of wetlands. I've seen it myself. I don't see how they would be able to support well and septic there. I saw that the cost of that they need to put down for a failed system is $10,000 per lot. I know I have a friend who recently built a house in South Anchorage, has these Advantage septic system, and he paid $25,000 for it, and it has to be maintained continuously. And he doesn't have standing water on his property. I'm also concerned about the increased traffic on DeArmond Road. I have 2 young children. I drop at the bus every day at the corner of DeArmond and Canyon Road. And I'm concerned about the condition of DeArmond Road and increased traffic use, especially in light of the fact that there will be improvements to the trailhead that is heavily used trailhead at the end of Canyon Road. There will be trail improvements done this summer through money that the park received, and that is going forward, and that will help to increase the amount of traffic that's already on the road. So,
thank you.
I am opposed to the rezone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Hello.
My name is Bern, B-E-R-N, Davis, D-A-V-I-S. I'm a property owner in the affected area. I have personally walked and talked to most of the neighbors up there. Everyone, with one exception, has been opposed to anything but an R8 and an R8 done responsibly. Nobody really wants to see the character of the neighborhood change to an R6 high density. There are many issues with the water, the septic, the roads. It's too numerous. I'm opposed to the waiver of the fees, and I would actually like to see a 1-year, 12-month moratorium so that some of these issues can be sorted out properly. I don't think we have enough information to make a proper assessment of what these folks want to do. I believe they'd like to do the right thing, but they bought the property full well knowing that this is an R8, and it's a very marginal R8. A lot of people have looked at this property for many years. It's wet. The perk tests that they have got, the numbers that they've got are marginal. It's been dry up there for 3 years. What do you think will happen when we have 2 or 3 wet years? This thing is it's a travesty in the making. The neighborhood wants development, but small, well thought out development. We do not want a big gob of houses that cannot be supported by the land, the roads, the neighborhood, everything that's up there now. We're very happy with the lifestyle that we have, and we believe that this will change it in a very negative way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Hello, Mr. Coffey.
Good evening, everyone. You probably all know I served on this assembly for 6 years, and one thing I learned was that it always helped to have the facts. And so what I thought tonight when I was planning on coming down here was sort of talk about the facts of this matter and about the myths associated with this matter. There's basically 13 myths that I've heard over the last 3 times that there's been public testimony. And they deal with such things as density. This development will be less dense than everything above it and everything to the north of it and a good portion of everything to the north and downhill east side. There's a cap proposed on the lots of no more than 28 lots, which would get a density of 2.5 acres per lot. Some would be bigger, some would be smaller. There was a wetland study, very extensive wetland study. It has been completed, and it's available, and it has been submitted, and will be submitted at Planning and Zoning. The wetlands are all being protected. They're being tracked out and designated as a tract so that they will be separate and not belong to any homeowner or any homeowners association. They will be protecting them in that way. All the streams are being likewise protected. Another myth is there's no soil studies. That's another not true statement. There are 70 pages of studies which have been reviewed by the person who did it and then given to another engineer who reviewed them again. There's a myth. The parcel cannot support MOA septic systems. That's not true either. The truth of the matter is that the Category 3 nitrogen and Ventex reducing wastewater system will be installed on each lot. That's the most highly technical, sophisticated septic system available in Alaska, and it's been used throughout areas in the hillside. Another myth, and it deals with cluster housing. It's not really important. That's not on the table. Same with the conservation subdivision. Neither one of them work economically. It just isn't. It wouldn't work and couldn't pencil and wouldn't happen. Now, the Hillside District Plan also deals with traffic issues, and part of the problem up here in this is DeArmond is in a road service area that doesn't have sufficient development to support DeArmond Road. So as a result, DeArmond Road doesn't get the care it needs, and it's admittedly a very difficult situation. However, there has been a traffic analysis study, and basically it shows that there are about 400 additional traffic a day on the road, which would still keep it below 1,000 cars a day with all of the traffic that's currently on it. That doesn't justify the condition, but it shows you that the impact is comparatively de minimis because a collector is intended to serve 1,000 to 10,000 people. Finally, there's this myth about steep slopes. All of those lots that will be subdivided comply with the provisions of Title 21 and the slope standards, every single one of them. So if you look at what is being developed, you will find that it is lower density, better prepared, more studied and everything. But here's the key thing. You aren't a zoning board, and we're asking you to allow us to go back there. And if we can do that and can bring you a plan that works, because it will come back to you, when planning is done, it comes back here.
Mr. Coffey, thank you, but your time is up. Mr. Evans has a question, and a couple others too. So, Mr. Evans.
It's not a question. It's not a question, but you sort of hit on it at the end. I don't care what the density is. I don't care what the plan is. I don't care about the roads. Because the only issue before us tonight is the fee waiver. Yep. And they can have whatever plan they want. I think that's great. I'm glad that there's somebody up there trying to do some responsible development. But the only issue is the fee waiver. All that other stuff does not matter. We're not evaluating whether it's a good project or not. We're not evaluating whether it should be rezoned or not. We just need to find out why it is that they should be entitled to a fee waiver if they're taking their issue back to P&Z. Yeah. And that's it.
The only reason I came up and talked about what I did was because what I'd heard tonight was not addressing that, and I was as big a violator of that as they were. Here's the situation. They have paid over $30,000 for the initial review, and at the behest of former Assemblyperson Johnston, we brought it here for you it came here to you for approval or disapproval, and she was attempting to secure an approval of it. And so we went along with that and continued down the road. So the question is, if we go back to planning and zoning on a revision to the existing, should we have to pay another $32,000 and change? It's a call that you should make, and I would argue that we have already expended a substantial amount of money there. We have responsibly responded to the denial, and we do need housing in Anchorage, all sorts of housing. This would provide 28 additional units of housing, and it saves the money obviously from the developer from having to pay $32,000 additional dollars for a round trip to P&Z.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. We have three other folks in the queue, so hold on for a moment. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, and I appreciate your service to the community, Mr. Coffey. You and I served on planning and zoning together, if you remember, and some of that led to this thing that I got into as well. Mr. Evans hit it, is that I see one big question in that. So as you represent your client here, obviously, why in the user-payer model that we have set up, you're the user of the services of the city. Their talent base helps organize planning and zoning. Planning and zoning members don't get paid, but staff shows up, staff packets are analyzed, the meetings are run, all that stuff occurs, that costs money. Mm-hmm. So the idea that somehow or another the $32,000 paid there inferred that, I kind of thought it was inferred that, hey, we paid our share, well, but we tendered the city services. You're about ready to enter that gauntlet again. What part of the packet is going to be much more efficient that the cost of the government's not going to incur?
All of the stuff that was presented beforehand has been refined and will be further presented. It will not take the length of time that the first one did.
So it becomes the base of the next application?
Yes, it
okay.
does.
Well, I have other questions that wouldn't necessarily involve you as to one of the first things, as you may or may not know, is we just postponed indefinitely the first run at the conversation about why was it denied.
Right, I understood
body.
that.
So all the other stuff you said earlier is helpful, but it would have been more helpful to have if we were debating the denial and not the fee waiver. So I get your answer on it's much more efficient now the next time we go back to planning and zoning. So I have more questions, but not to you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson. I think Mr. Peterson has a question for you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And am I mistaken, didn't planning and zoning turn this down unanimously when it was in front of them the first time? And
Yep.
why would you want to go back again?
Well, what was proposed and by staff and was put forward was cluster housing. And they liked the idea, and it was mentioned here that's a viable way in which development should occur. And there was a lot of resistance to staff's suggestion and frankly their advocacy for cluster housing, because economically it doesn't work. And that was part of the problem. So the staff wanted one thing and the developer wanted another, and planning and zoning agreed to go along with the staff. And that's a very high level view, and it's based on what I've been told because I wasn't there. So.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. There are no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Hello.
My name is Stephen Day. It's D-A-Y. I am a member of the Mills family, which owns the 80 acres directly to the south of this property in question. First of all, I'd like to clarify that we are not against development as a group
Can you
of neighbors.
speak in the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
We are not against development. We're for responsible development, and we don't think R6 is responsible. So you're correct that this is just about the fee waiver right now, and thank you for bringing up points, Assembly members, about why they should be given a fee waiver. Nothing convincing has been brought to my attention why they should be given the fee waiver. This proposal doesn't seem to be substantially different, or it doesn't seem like it will be substantially different from the original proposal brought to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I believe Mr. Coffey just clarified that by saying that the new proposal will be built on the basis of the original proposal. So that to me reinforces the fact that they should have to pay another fee. This is not substantially different. And as to cluster housing, that was not a part of the original proposal before planning and zoning. I don't know where that came from. I was never in anything official. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Carol Ashlock. I'm on Bonnie Lane Road. I certainly could address so-called myths, but I won't do that. But I was asked to address the processing fees. Portion 3 shows processing fees. Applications shall be accompanied by the fee amount established by the Assembly and listed in the user's guide. Fees are not subject to waivers except as specifically allowed by this title. Number 4, waivers. The director may waive certain submittal requirements in order to reduce the burden of the applicant and to tailor the requirements of the information necessary to review a particular application. The director may waive such requirements where he or she finds the projected size, complexity, anticipated impacts, and other factors associated with the proposed development clearly, in his or her opinion, support such waiver. The waiver shall be made in writing and shall become a part of the case record for the application. It's interesting to be back up at 28 in conference, to look at that and reason for that, the waiver of the fee, and then tied to that is the ability to go back in there. Twice P&Z turned it down unanimously with prejudice, looking at all the documentation, looking at all the sampling, looking at all these different things. And again, with the new members of the Assembly, I would ask, is this the trend that the Assembly's going now? You know, before I wondered, are we going around to platting? A while ago, that was our strategy, and then it was clustering. Are we going around R8? We're a bog. We have to learn how to do these things in a reasonable way. No one's against the development. There's a reason that land was a song. No one's against these folks. None of that's existent. But we've all done the proper soil sampling and hydrology and so forth and looked at it. And the density question is really erroneous to state such a thing. So, you know, I would ask the Assembly, is this what you're starting to establish with this administration, with Mayor Berquist's administration, that when somebody doesn't like something or they shoot for the moon, then they're going to be able to go back, and not only are the fees waived, which I guess we don't have an economic problem that we can do that, but that then we're going to get a redo. You know, so I know some of you, we've got businesses in town, I'd love to have a redo. So I'm not sure what we're doing here, but I think we're establishing some precedents that have some very concerning aspects, not only financially, not only community-wise, but legally as well. And I would ask each Assembly member to really take a look at that and what we're doing, the appropriateness of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Weddleton.
This is a beautiful piece of land, and it'd be an amazing place to live. But the development.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
There's got to be a motion before we talk about it.
I thought we had a motion on this. Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I will not be supporting this. It's a beautiful place to live. I expect it to be developed at some point. But the proposed development was very aggressive, going from R8 to R6. I was looking for some technicality or some other reason that would justify waiving the fee, which is a substantial amount of money, but I just don't see it. I'm not convinced that there's any grounds for waiving the fee in this case, so I will not support this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr.
Well, I think it is helpful to have the conversation of the question in front of us, which is just that, which is waiving the fee request. However, there's also another clause in here that talks about us authorizing the planning and zoning to hear the case again. So I'm concerned about that, and that shows up on the second page on the first line. It leads to our direction is that this may be reconsidered or may be considered. It doesn't say reconsidered, correct that, but it says may be considered by the Planning and Zoning Committee or Commission. So my question to the administration is, first off, and I want to give this a fair shake, and I felt like we were on to a dialogue with the subdivider in the 2016-28. One of the very first things we did when we got here was we postponed 2016-28 before the Assembly actually got to hear or debate or deliberate. So why didn't we try to massage this new plan or this new idea or the new design into that? Granted, it's coming on the heels of a denial from planning and zoning, but this body has the authority to overrule planning and zoning. So first, my question is, why did we postpone 2016-28 indefinitely with the idea that we were going to substitute another case hearing at planning and zoning?
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, the intent.
No, Mr. Starr.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was looking right at you.
Just for the record, that's okay.
Mr. Starr.
Right.
The intent of the recommendation to either deny the rezone request or postpone indefinitely was because the applicant has been working on a new proposal and was doing so through the vehicle of the original legislation introduced by Assembly Member Johnson. And it was changing the original proposal that Planning and Zoning had heard significantly. And we didn't feel comfortable negotiating changes to the development plan on the fly like that, and thought that a cleaner path forward would be for the applicant to start over from scratch, essentially, and make that request back to the planning and zoning in its new form and allow the process to work through, the public process to work through the way it should, so that what you would get in front of you eventually would be the refined plan, but would also be a refined plan that had also potentially been blessed by planning and zoning.
I get that, and I asked you offline in the ability for this body to, and we're playing what-if games with Dash 28, I get that, but wouldn't we have the ability to remand the conversation back to planning and zoning in the conversation with our perception of denial? One of our options I thought was to say, hey, planning and zoning, the Assembly has these reconsiderations. Mind you, if we're talking about the earlier rezone request, couldn't we send that back to planning and zoning and say, hey, we remand it back to you?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, that is correct. That's one of the options that the Assembly has, is to remand a case back to planning and zoning, and that was not an option picked by the body.
No, it wasn't an option picked by the body, but postponing the conversation at all, or excuse me, postponing indefinitely was apparently the option selected by this body. So that's why I don't know what your answer is and why we wouldn't be guided towards that. Staff and the administration seems to be engaging this concept of waiving the fees, authorizing us to go back to planning and zoning, which you're helping them. Why wouldn't you allow this Assembly or recommend to this Assembly that we remand the earlier case back to them and let planning and zoning reshake the whole deal?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, that would be an option to remand.
Still is an option.
Still is an option to remand back to planning and zoning. I think that what we have heard from the community about the opposition to the original proposal and Planning and Zoning Commission's decision on the original proposal, the pitch that we made to the applicant was that a fresh start would be a preferred route to go, and this was the vehicle that we created to achieve that fresh start, rather than dealing with remands. And as many of the people in the audience have testified, that would feel very much like getting multiple bites at the same apple and could potentially have been in violation of code.
Okay, thank you for all those honest answers. I guess I can't necessarily support it. We're packaged two things here. One of them is it costs money to do business with the city. Don't be startled that it costs $32,000. You ought to see some of the folks with 100-acre lots out in my district, and Ms. Demboski's facing bringing new lands to development. They want to, but man, we're asking a lot of money. It costs money to go to planning and zoning, staff time, all the other stuff. I would like to foster development. Certainly I would. I would much rather entertain the 2016-28 that we haven't even really considered, other than throw it away and start over. For these reasons, is that planning and zoning does have that rule. It was applied to our district on a subdivision agreement where it went through the whole gauntlet, all the other stuff, they got a denial, and boom, they're back in the front of the community again. To me, what Mr. Schutte told us was that would look terribly disingenuous to reopen 28 and remand it. To me, violating the requirement of code that says you don't bring a topic back for 24 months, quite frankly, is that. I could waive the fee probably easier, but the idea that we're authorizing planning and zoning to violate that municipal code, really for not that great a reason other than we're going to rethink things, I can't support that it violates code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, just very briefly, given the late hour, the part that I have to hear is, I understand that the sort of the history that went on here, and that we're seeking a fee waiver and a redo at planning and zoning. What I have to be comfortable with is, how is this case different than any other case? How do we differentiate this from the next group that goes to planning and zoning and has their zoning request denied, and they want the fee waived, or they want the quick turnaround? What distinguishes this that can give me comfort in saying, okay, in this case, it makes sense? And I'm not sure who best to answer it, but I'm looking at Chris, I guess.
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, this time. Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was in the form of a question. I was just listening to you. I think that's a very important question to ask, and in this particular case, we are certainly treading new water. We felt that this was a good chance to try an alternative approach and see if it was something that could work both for the community and for the applicant. And that was the primary motivation for this, but it does set up the moral question of, okay, if this one happens, then what about the next one? And certainly it's a tough spot to be in, but the motivation for pursuing this option was because of the uniqueness of the situation and an interest in trying something new.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to support this. This piece of property is brought with the designation that was R8. It needs to stay R8. I cannot see making it R6. Nor can I see waiving the fee. I'll be a no vote on this one, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn.
I'm going to apologize in advance to my colleagues. I think there's going to be a rezone in my neighborhood that comes before us in the not too distant future, and it's going to be contentious, not unlike this one. And it's similar. A developer bought a lot that was zoned for lesser density and wants a more dense designation. He's a good guy. I think he's going to ultimately produce a good project, but it's when you purchase a piece of property with covenants in place, you expect to live with those covenants. They say your house can't be purple, your house can't be purple. You want to change the rules, you got to convince your neighbors to change the rules with you, and I don't think we've gotten there yet. And so I appreciate that Mr. Schutte is working with developers around the community to try and provide housing in our community. I think that's important, but I also think that unless we have a more clearly delineated reasoning for how we are going to apply these waivers of fees, I can't do it on a one-off basis. There has to be a consistent reasoning, and we haven't promulgated that yet.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr.
Madam Chair, I want to float it out there. I don't know how to poll the body on this, but one of my comments in the earlier statement I just made about why I'm uncomfortable with it, it also should follow up the fact that I really haven't been able to study beyond the public testimony, which I really value, the neighbors and how it would impact the surrounding. I haven't really been able to study the merits of the rezone, and we seem to be drifting into the merits of the rezone. So, I mean, I would like to offer out at least this compromise. The owner of the property has a right, I believe, to be heard at this body all the way through the process of the rezone. We committed to that when we took the last one. So what I'm going to propose is I believe we made an error in postponing indefinitely -28, or which was the first rezone. The denial was back in front of the body. I thought that the second conversation we're going to have about the rezone was slam dunk. What I would have done earlier, had I known this now, was I would have married these two conversations together and kept 28 alive, because 216-28 is the consideration of the rezone and all the stuff that goes into why it's good, why it's not bad. None of us have testified or debated that conversation. We've merely now packaged it around a fee question. The real question for me is, does the rezoning work? Why doesn't it work? I don't know. I mean, I can hear Mr. Trainee. I can hear some of the other comments. I get it. But I honestly, as this assembly body, don't feel that we gave a fair shake to the expectation that the landowner can come in front of this body and speak clearly to, we don't agree with planning and zoning. I get the fact that staff and administration is working with them, and I believe as they should. Is there things that we can do to help our community get along and all the other stuff? But I think we got ourselves out there too fast with we thought the mechanism would be, let's package it all and send it back. I would rather send it back to planning and zoning if we decide to do that later, after we debate the conversation at a future meeting. So I said all that, Madam Chair, because if this goes down, my intention is to bring the question on reconsideration of 216-28 back to us at some future meeting and spend some time debating that question. that's what I would like to do.
Thank you, Mr. Storer. If you're going to do a reconsideration of what we dealt with this evening, you have 24 hours.
I understand that. And
Okay.
again, the idea is that with the flexibility of remand, I want to make that clear before I stop talking here, because we've got a very little issue in my area. But I know that we have the ability to say to planning and zoning, after we do our work, remand it back there and consider these elements. And I want the assembly body to know that, so we can hash out the topic, focus the question, and do some of what we're elected to do as well. And will the development work or will it not? If we decide not to remand it, they got their fair shake, and we basically heard the topic from beginning to end as we promised we would do. Postponing indefinitely didn't do that for me, and I think I made the wrong vote.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Storer. No one else in the queue, please vote. Oops. That failed unanimously. We are now at item 14E, AR 2016-90.
Madam Chair, before you open the public hearing, just a reminder to those who might be here to testify on this, my intent is to continue this public hearing to June 21 at the request of the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Let me finish reading this really quick. Granted a public hearing regarding the conditional protest of the renewal of liquor licenses, number 1078 for Fantasies on Fifth Avenue. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Flynn.
If someone clears the screen, I'll make the motion to continue the public hearing.
I can't hear you, Mr. Flynn.
If there's a motion on the screen that I can't get through, so.
Okay.
But my motion will be to continue the public hearing.
There you go.
Yeah, motion is continue the public hearing to June 21.
Second.
Any objection to continue the public hearing to June 21st?
Correct.
There's no, everybody agrees. Okay, 14E is continued, public hearing is continued to the meeting of June 21st. Okay, we're at 14F, AR 2016-91, Quake Brewing Company, LLC, DBA Quake Brewing Company. Mr. Starr has a laid on the table item. The S version, S2. Which is the document that we're dealing with here. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was trying to get in ahead of the. I think we have to
Did I go
approve the
too
recount.
Okay, that's what happens when it's late.
And we're getting close, and
Right.
I know Mr. Starr spent some time on this, so
Okay.
would you accept a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 15A?
Second.
Oh, certainly, certainly. One moment, sir, please.
I apologize. I know you've been waiting.
Okay, any objection to changing the order of the day to take up 15A? Seeing and hearing none, go for it, Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, I just appreciate the continued vigilance by the clerk's office to make sure we got it absolutely right. I think we do, and I would move to approve item 15A.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. No. Okay, okay. Sorry about
I just
that.
thought if we went home without doing this, they might be really
I
upset.
think you're right, Mr. Flynn. Thank you very much. If there's no one in the queue, please vote. The recount. The Gertwood recount.
And the other one,
That's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We're back to 14F, AR 2016-91, Quake Brewing Company, LLC. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Sorry about that. Please state your name and spell your last.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to you all. My name is Danielle Kemp. It is K-I-M-P. And I am here on behalf of my business, Quake Brewing Company. I would like to start off by saying a sincere thank you to every single assembly member here, as well as Mayor Berkowitz, and the men and women of the Planning and Zoning Office, and municipal staff, and in particular Mr. Francis McLaughlin, who really got engaged with this packet. I would like to start off saying that I do approve of the Assembly's memorandum as it is written. I will meet all the conditions placed on this permit and operate within all applicable laws and regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to state that I am very proud of my years of service to our country as an Army officer, and I am sure that I will be just as proud of my service to this community as a responsible businessman and entrepreneur. I will be in the audience and available for anyone who may have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a question. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, what percentage is going to come from food? And what percentage of your business will come from alcohol?
The alcohol will not exceed 50%.
So even 50-50?
At the most, sir.
How many tables do you have for seating people to eat food?
We have a seating capacity of 50.
50?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, sir. No other questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Long night, right?
I'm telling
Welcome.
you. Good evening. My name is Laura Cantrell, Cantrell. My father is Wiley Brooks. He is the property owner of Fire Lake Plaza. He's owned it since 1994. We also own a property downtown between the Gaslight and the Pioneer Bar. So we're very familiar with running properties. Not only, those aren't our only properties, but we have quite a few other properties. So we're very familiar and entrenched in the real estate market here in Acres ever since, 77? I've been there since 85. So we're very familiar with what the ups and the downs are in maintaining a property that has some brew pub in it. So we're very versed in being able to handle what needs to be handled in order to maintain the property and be good citizens and be good, responsible neighbors. My concern, of course, is that we have residential neighbors next to us. And so when we structured this lease, it's a 38-page lease, we take these in consideration. We take in consideration the nuisances, the noise, the refuse, and health and safety. We consider our other tenants. Is it a good mixture? Is it good synergy? So there are a lot of factors when we do these things. But when Danielle presented his plan to me in September, I thought it was a wonderful plan, and I am encouraged by his willingness to be participant in the community. So I have been supportive of his project, and I have put him on a tight leash. A lot of times I've had to send out little emails to him reminding him things that I will need. But I would sincerely hope that the Assembly would approve his application. Any questions?
There are no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Not seeing anyone? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Starr.
Move to approve 2016-91 with the S version.
Second.
You know, I'll cut to it. I think there's oftentimes when we defer to those in the trenches, and I certainly have gotten in the trenches, literally the trenches of his development, because he's started construction appropriately, he's pulled his permits, it all looks good. Nobody likes storefront empty buildings, and we've got a big one here. It's about 8,000 square feet of empty retail mall. When I first saw the initial application, which was combined into the work that he referenced, the planning department came through, I felt that they missed some things. The couple qualifying statements, especially for some that haven't got it, is there's two elements to be able to vendor alcohol in this town. One of them is, of course, what the ABC board allows us to do, and then the second was the conditions applied on the actual location. And so the action item of the approval, if you will, for the liquor vendoring portion of it and his compliance with ABC regulations has already been done. This is the second half now. Name something different, and we'll all have to get used to the new name because it's called a special land use permit as opposed to what used to be called a conditional use. They're essentially one and the same. The criteria to be standards are met is pretty similar. What I feel from my experience is a little bit more of a proactive approach. That's why I put an S version in front of it. I'm not going to go through every one of those qualifying statements of it, but we missed, for example, the statement that Wiley Brooks talked about. There's some modifications that need to be done to the lease. That's part of my S version. There's a conversation where he would have to come back to the Public Safety Committee and expand on some of his safety proposals. That's been covered with Mr. Evans on the Public Safety Committee. So why I made changes to the initial application it was because I felt that those systems of control that we would have would make a better operation, given the stretch that he's got with a new operator. That Mr. Trainee, you asked me about the capacity. You asked the applicant about the capacity. We reviewed the architectural drawings, and it's significantly different in the footprint than what was submitted in our packet. Yeah, and we're getting really close here, but the applicant comes very well prepared. He's got all the answers to everything. So here's a new drawing, if you need to see it, where restaurant is much more the emphasis. This will be food. This will be some of the concerns that I had on order windows. He also would like to do an entertainment venue. An entertainment venue doesn't have to be boombox, heavy bass drums from a band. It can be a poetry slam. It can be a debate club. It can be somebody else doing something else up on the stage. So we're giving the benefit of the doubt with the limitations that he shut off the noise. So we worked hard tonight. I've worked hard on this topic, and certainly the applicant's going to work hard on it. So I'm asking to approve it. Let it go. There's conditions required. I have one technical amendment. I don't want to bore you with it, but I'm going to lay it out to you right now. Stay with me, folks, is that one of the compliance requirements, as he checked off his boxes, he's got 8 of them, was to bring the data back to the clerk's office. What I want to do is ease up on the clerks from the collection of the changes and send it back to the planning division. I want Francis McLaughlin, who knows this case, to be the collector of the data. When public safety says it's good to go, it's good to go. Ultimately, the clerk will send a letter to ABC. So I've got an amendment, and I won't bore you with it, but on page 2, line 15, line 38, and line 2, it references the clerk's office as the collector of the data, paraphrased. I want to change all the wording where it says municipal clerk. I want to change it to planning division. I don't need to send them out.
Second.
They get it. And really, it's just a matter of authority. We don't need to burden the clerk with collection of information in this case. If the lease renew meets compliance with the planning division, good to go. Same with the summary comments that would come out of the other aspects that he's got to deal with. So I don't want to lay bureaucratic stuff in front of this guy. He's struggling hard to make it happen. Amy and I are there watching it. He's not going to be a bad operator on my watch. So that's my pledge to you. I urge approval.
He's going to extend the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's nobody else in the queue. Let's vote on the motion to amend. Thank you.
Here's a copy for the clerk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starr.
Okay, now let's vote on the main motion.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Zimboski.
I'll be very quick because I know we have like 4 minutes.
Right. As a matter of fact, Ms. Zimboski, before you continue, can I ask Mr. Trainee to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:10?
We'll change your order today first. I want to take up items J, K, and M, and then I want to extend to deal with those 3 items only.
But can we finish this one?
J, K, and M. After you finish with
All
this
right,
one.
we're going to finish this first. That's why we're extending the meeting. Okay, Ms. Zimboski.
We need a second, then we go to.
Yeah, I'll second to extend the meeting to 11:10.
Any objection? Great. Okay, Ms. Zimboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be on the record, and Laura, I know you're looking. So I want you to know I am very concerned. This body sat through the rustic goat. And if you can remember that conversation, I am telling you, I was supportive of it, but I know the parking issue that came. And I know my Eagle River neighbors. So when Bill says he's going to keep an eagle eye, we're going to keep an eagle eye. Because not only did you get a beer and wine license permit, now you're getting a brew pub. And I don't want to see bars sneaking in under a brew pub license. That's something that I'm concerned about. This is the first one we're seeing. And, if this is going to be a trend, if you want a real liquor license, you should go buy a real liquor license. So, like I said, I'm very skeptical. I'm always supportive of business, but I don't want to be getting complaints from neighbors that we have a band going at 11:15. You guys are very close to a residential neighborhood, so I wish you the very best. But just know, I'm cautiously going, and if Bill hadn't done all the work he had done, I wouldn't be voting for this tonight. So, and I'm pro business. But Bill's done a lot to ease some of the concerns that potentially could be coming down the pike. So I really appreciate his work on this, and I really appreciate you guys working with him to make sure that we can come together and address everybody's concerns. So good luck to you, and I look forward to coming in and having a burger.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Abbott, you were in the queue?
Only to request an extension to address the other items.
We took
ma'am.
care of it. Okay, let's vote on the main motion. That was approved 10-1.
Now we extended for J, K, and M.
Right. Item number 14JR 2016-99, a resolution appropriating $441,987 for the
Waive
Transit
reading, Madam Chair.
Rideshare Program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
We need a second, quick.
All right, seconded.
No one's in the queue, let's vote. That item is approved unanimously. 14K AR 2016-100, $420,000 for Transit Marketing Program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Waive reading.
Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Seeing no one in the queue, let's vote. We're now to item 14M, AR 2016-102, $1 million for improvements, capital improvements at the Bimboki Ice Arena.
Waive
Public
reading.
hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Yes.
Move to approve? We need a move to approve. First and second. Thank you. Seeing no one in the queue, let's vote. Okay. That item is approved unanimously. So we have 10 minutes left. We can go back to item.
No, the motion was to extend for those three items.
Oh, I thought it was 10 minutes. Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Meeting's adjourned. Good night, everybody.